This is your 1 minute notice. This meeting will start in 1 minute. Okay, good morning, everyone. If you could all take your seats, please. Welcome to the Monday, January 30th meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. And we will begin this morning by all rising and joining Representative Munns as he joins us in the pledge, or leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Representative Munns. We are here today to hear 5 bills in public hearing. This morning, we will hear House Bills 175, 176, and 208. After a lunch break, we will come back to hear House Bills 443 and House Bill 630. And then at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we'll be having an executive session, at which time we will adjudicate on House Bill 418, House Bill 576, and House Bill 92. Before we get started, I'll remind everyone in attendance here today that if you would like to speak on any of these bills, I need a pink card filled out and delivered to the head of the or to the clerk by as soon as possible, actually, as soon as you know you're going to speak. I want to point out that there are quite a few members of the committee who are absent today, like the Cincinnati Bengals and the San Francisco 49ers yesterday. It was not a good weekend for some members of ST&E. Representative Cretion apparently had a tussle with some ice and broke her ankle, so she's not here today. Representative Lewicki is in the hospital for reasons unknown. So as a result, you'll see a few empty spots around the table today. So I hope you'll keep our missing members in your thoughts and prayers as we go forward today. And with that, we can begin our activity for today. And so I will open the public hearing on House Bill 175 relative to the state's energy consumption reduction goal. And I will call to the chair, the prime sponsor of that bill, Representative Michael Harrington. Representative Harrington.
Good morning, and let's enjoy the warmth, I guess, while we have it, because it's supposed to get really cold later on in the week. Maybe it'll actually be comfortable in this building finally. This is a kind of a no-brainer. It just changes the word reduce fossil fuel consumption to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which is more encompassing. It covers anything that has greenhouse gas implications rather than just fossil fuels. It was put up by the requested by the Department of Energy a couple of years ago. I don't remember how it got lost in the shuffle, but somehow it did. It must have been in the COVID shuffle or whatever. But I've spoken with Chris Elms again on it. They're in support of it. They think it makes more sense to have greenhouse gas emissions as the goal to reduce rather than just fossil fuels. And there's nothing more complicated to it than that. So if anyone has questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. That was short and sweet. Representative Thomas has a question. Doug
Thank-
Thomas, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So perhaps I missed a follow-up, but my understanding, as I remember, because I was here then, that in the committee report at the time, a bill similar to this was introduced through here, and I believe it was passed, and it hit the House. And in the committee report in the calendar, I stated that we were going to ITL that bill because the change had already been made. So I'm trying to understand, if that was true then, why are we resubmitting the bill now? Were we incorrect in saying the change had been made? Because we were told at the time that the change by the DES people that the change had been made. So I'm confused.
I will join you in your confusion. All I can tell you is when you look up the law, it says fossil fuel as it's shown on the bill, and it wasn't changed to greenhouse gas emissions. And so I didn't even know who brought it to my attention. I think it was someone from DES. I looked at it and said, okay, I'll put it back in. And I checked with Chris Elms over the weekend. He was supposed to have the Griff here today, but he's not in for whatever reason. Hopefully he's not in the hospital like all these other people. But they were going to say they support the change because it's just kind of common sense.
Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill. I just wanted to follow up on Representative Thomas's question. That was in, I think, the 2021 session. In the 2020 session, the same bill was introduced, and it was the same situation where it was determined that the bill was not needed. So I guess I join with Representative Thomas in just trying to understand why we need to do this.
Well, let me do this so we don't waste a lot of time. I will research this and see if it's still needed. The DES, the Department of Energy people told me they wanted it. I'll get back with them. I'll recheck the law and I'll send out something to the committee so we don't have to waste any more time on deciding whether it's needed or not. If it's not needed, I'll withdraw the bill.
Thank you.
Well, we do have Mr. Fitzgerald from DES who has
Mike Fitz?
offered to testify on this bill. He may be able to clarify this situation for us. So if there are no further questions for Representative Harrington, I'd like to call on, well, first I'd remind Representative Harrington to fill out a pink card. And then I will,
Oh, I have to do as a sponsor? Oh,
yes,
okay.
even as
Change the
sponsor,
rules,
you have
okay.
to submit a pink card for the official record that Representative Bernardi is our
Well,
clerk.
it's going to be easier because now I know how much time I spent here, so I can fill that out accurately for once.
Okay.
And Mike Fitz, go out. If you can explain it, feel free.
And then I will call on Mike Fitzgerald from New Hampshire DES.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Michael Fitzgerald, I'm the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services. Prior to the creation of the Department of Energy, DES was significantly involved in energy tracking for state, and we were significantly involved in the setting these goals and the executive order that followed, but intimately involved in the legislation that that established these goals. Back in 2010, one of the reasons that the term fossil fuel use was adopted was because it was somewhat more amenable to many state agencies who greenhouse gases tracking and so on didn't make a lot of resonate. And so we just decided the interest here was in energy management, in reducing energy costs and reducing energy usage in state government. And so in 2010, this goal was ensconced in statute and then affirmed by a later governor's executive order. So DES since the inception of this goal, the state has saved, by a report, the Department of Administrative Services, who could not be here today, Ms. Rantamaki from DAS, would be happy to respond to questions or provide additional information. But based on their report of state energy savings that they track up through last year, the state has saved approximately $50 million in energy savings as a result of energy management, energy reductions that have been implemented since this executive order. Our concern with this bill is that if you change to greenhouse gas emissions, the goal will have already been met, and that the goal of 25%, and that's partially due to the fact that the state changed over from various different forms of energy, from significant use of oil to natural gas in several places. Also, wood energy has been used, and all of that has resulted in significant greenhouse gas emission reductions. So it's not a direct correlation between fossil fuel usage and greenhouse gas emission reductions. Chris Skoglund, who is here today and is with Clean Energy New Hampshire, was part of my staff up until last year, and he worked intimately on this. So I believe he intends on testifying. He can provide you with some greater detail and information as to the numbers. But I think that our belief is that if this were to change, we don't object to the change to greenhouse gas emissions, but the goal would need to be adjusted to account for those greenhouse gas emission reductions that have already occurred. So in other words, I believe the number is somewhere in the 30 to 40% range that we've already achieved. So the 25% that's in here now, we believe should be adjusted to account for greenhouse gases rather than fossil fuels. We don't have any concern with the change of the terminology, just the fact that if that's done, the goal will have already been achieved, and so it will be of no value going forward in incenting state agencies to continue to reduce energy use and to save costs for state of New Hampshire and the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. So with that, I'll close my testimony, and I'm happy to try to address questions. Again, Mr. Skoglund probably has more intimate knowledge and detail than myself, but again, DAS would be available to try to answer questions also.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Unfortunately, the question at hand is not the merits of this bill right now. The question is, are you aware if the previous bill that was approved by the House a couple of years ago, did that ever get signed by the governor? And if so, why it did not wind up in the RSAs? Because I don't feel we can move forward on this bill until we answer that question.
I do not believe that occurred. Again, Mr. Skoglund might be able to address that a little bit more. I do know that this bill was brought forward last year, as Representative Harrington mentioned. He and I discussed it briefly, and he indicated, as he had before, that it had been a request of staff from the precursor to the Department of Energy, the Office of Strategic Initiatives, and I raised the same issues with him at that time, and then he subsequently withdrew it last year. But I could not speak to the prior year. But I don't I believe the statute is still the same. I don't believe the statute has been changed. I'm not sure of the history of the bill, but I could certainly look that up and get back to you on it.
Thank you. Please do.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for clarification. You'd stated there that greenhouse gases were lowered due to the use of natural gas, and natural gas is a fossil fuel, correct?
Absolutely.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming back to the committee. I believe in the report that you were referencing, where you mentioned the $50 million reduction, it stated that the reduction in fossil fuels since 2005 has been about 17%. And you also mentioned that the reduction in greenhouse gases is about 30 to 40.
Yes.
So does that suggest that there is like a 2-to-1 relationship between the percentage reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and the percentage reduction in fossil fuels?
Well, I wouldn't make that in general, but certainly some specific fuels, for instance, natural gas and oil. And it's basically has to do with the BTU content of the fuel, so that you burn less natural gas to get the same amount of energy. But different fuels have different values, so I wouldn't say that it's specifically 2-to-1, but basically, as a result of the fuel switching that has been done now, that ratio would certainly appear to be fairly accurate.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So if that's the case, then if we wanted to switch over to the greenhouse gas emissions standard, the standard should be something closer to 40 or 50%.
50%, something. I mean, that would need to be discussed, and certainly our department and DAS and DOE can, engage. We'd be willing to engage on that, and obviously the governor's office would need to be involved in making, deciding what our agencies would recommend as an appropriate goal.
Thank you.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair Bose, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for your testimony. I just want to understand, if we were to amend this bill, because it sounds like there's some good stuff in it. We're looking at a 2005 baseline, which was 18 years ago. Would it be possible to update the baseline if we were to amend this bill? Do we have another year that we use as a baseline, say 2015, or is there a number that the department typically looks to? It's been a while.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think this goal was established in 2010, and so the 2005 baseline. But we could certainly that's certainly something that the three agencies would want to look at and make a determination as to what an appropriate baseline would be.
Thank you.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to word this correctly. After all is said and done with all the mandates and not allowing these reliable sources of fuel, what is the percentage for in the air quality? Like it's 0.00 something percent?
I'm not sure if what do you when you say percentage in air quality, what do you mean?
Well, I've seen it up on a screen. I was at a conference and they were talking about New Hampshire. Follow up, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, follow up.
Good. It was up on the screen. They were talking about New Hampshire and with all the mandates and the greenhouse gas emissions and doing away with fossil fuels, and the air quality was better by 0.00 something percent. Is that what you have?
Air quality is measured by a number of parameters. If you're referring to greenhouse gases, that would be a carbon dioxide, which is measured on the order of parts per million in the atmosphere, and it's a global pollutant. But there's also air quality is measured by particulate matter, which particulate matter is significantly connected to fossil fuel use. Burning combustion of fossil fuels results in significant amounts of particulate matter. And so I would need to certainly get back to you in terms of any of those specific parameters. I can't think certainly of an overall air quality number that would be that might comport with what you're referencing. I'd need to see what information you're referencing.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
More of a point of order, Mr. Chair. This bill deals with changing of language from fossil fuel to greenhouse gas. It may or may not be relevant. It seems like we've diverted to amending the bill to talk about changing goals. I don't think that's the subject of the bill. That's not an amendment that's on the floor. I think we need to answer the question of, is this necessary or not? And maybe our assistant can help us with whether or not it has actually been docketed in the RSAs.
Okay, thank you. Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused about the units of measure for fossil fuel consumption versus greenhouse gas emissions. Are those on a weight basis or are those volume?
They're on actually in the statute, this is on a per square foot of, this is referencing state buildings.
Yes.
This building included. So it's energy use. I'm not sure whether the number's in BTUs or in pounds or whatever, but it's on a per square foot basis. So it's not, overall, it's energy use intensity.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So effectively, the two resources would be measured in the same way, following the standard, if I understand you correctly?
Yes, it would be measured on a per square foot usage, and that's how the Department
it
of
would be-
Administrative Services tracks energy usage in the state now towards achieving the goal that's currently in statute.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Mr.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
could just speak briefly to Representative Bernardi's point.
Yes.
We clearly understand that there's not an amendment before here. My point was simply that the goal is not consistent with the unit change. So as an agency, we think that's something that should be considered.
So even though there is not an amendment before us,
Right.
you would like to see one?
That's our
Okay, great.
feeling.
Message received. Thank you. Representative Thomas has decided he has another question.
Actually, this is another point of order for the chair. Could you please advise future speakers that we're talking about the subject of this bill at hand? And to please, if they could, present their discussions as to this particular bill matter.
Will do. Okay. Seeing no further questions of Mr. Fitzgerald, I'd like to thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here this morning. And I'd like to call next to the stand Chris Skoglund, representing Clean Energy New Hampshire, formerly of the Department of Environmental Services. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. As has been mentioned, I'm Chris Skoglund. I'm the Director of Energy Transition with Clean Energy New Hampshire. Formerly, I was with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for 14 years, 10 years of which was spent maintaining a database on behalf of the Department of Administrative Services that dealt with this issue. Just a little bit of history to answer some of the questions I've heard today. This change was first proposed in House Bill 1261 in 2020, which due to the pandemic, I believe was set aside, but was not enrolled in any of the omnibus bills. So that bill did not ultimately pass. In 2021, in HB 399, it was introduced again, but I believe it was then withdrawn. Some of the challenge has been over the past several years with the creation of the change of staff at the Office of Strategic Initiatives, and the creation of the Department of Energy. Kind of the history of the bills as they've moved through has been lost. And so we've discussed this a few times, and I think that may be where some of the confusion stands in terms of its existence and need. But I would echo, having contributed to some of the analysis for the last two rounds, Mr. Fitzgerald's point that we have met the goal, and that there may need to be a point of reconsidering whether to change the baseline, change the end year from 2025 to 2030. But what I would note is that the existing goal has been instrumental in driving the state of New Hampshire's energy cost savings. We've avoided almost $48 million as of the end of fiscal year 2021. I believe the new energy manager with the state is calculating and is due to release a report for fiscal year 2022 shortly. But one of the reasons why we chose fossil fuels around the time frame of 2010 was we had just come out of the 2008-2009 energy price spikes. And it was at that time, it was felt that fossil fuels were an excellent proxy for fuels that were influenced by a global market, but also did impact a broad range of environmental considerations. So the $48 million does reflect price changes over time, but it also, and the insulation we've provided. And I will pause there. If there are any other questions, I am happy to answer them. Oh, I will note, the target is measured on a KBTU per square foot basis when we're looking at energy, and the fossil fuels would most likely be in a pounds per square foot basis or tons per square foot basis. One of the reasons why a per square foot basis was chosen, though, is to reflect the fact that the state might open new facilities, and that we didn't want to ding the state by, if the square footage expands, we didn't want to have an absolute energy reduction goal or an absolute fossil fuel reduction goal, that we would just be looking at each building on a building by building basis. So it was to reflect that the state's building square footage might go up or down. A little bit of nuance there.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'll ask you the same question, and hopefully, I hope I can get either a 2 or a 3 letter answer, yes or no. Since this bill in 2021 did hit the calendar with my recommendation that it be ITL'd, I'm assuming that it went before the House for a vote, which maybe the vote was ITL. Did HB 399 get voted on, and was the result ITL at the time, or was it OTP? That's the main crux of this bill.
Trying to be brief. It's my recollection, and it's the reflection of the docket, that it was, in fact, ITL'd.
Thank you.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair Bose, and thank you, Mr. Skoglund, for your testimony. I just want to understand here the piece you talked about with increasing square footage for state offices. Can you explain to me how that's different between fossil fuel consumption and greenhouse gas emissions if we decide to put in a new facility that's, say, 100,000 square feet?
The consideration would not change, in that the language of the bill as written keeps the intensity language still there. So it's greenhouse gas intensity. The way that when I was part of the state and now would interpret that is it's a pounds or tons of CO2 or other greenhouse gases that are emitted per square foot of building space. So if we added a new building, the goal would be to achieve that same reduction below whatever baseline year is set. In this case, it's 2005. And the 2005 year was set because that was a executive order that had been issued that established that baseline back in 2005.
Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Isn't there a existing order, executive order on file currently that raised the target from 25% by 2025 to 40%? And if so, wouldn't that suggest that if we switched over to greenhouse gases, that we would want to have a number that's a percentage that's significantly higher than
So
what we've been
there,
talking about?
oh, sorry. And thank you for the question, and also thank you to others for your questions. There was an executive order issued in 2016, Executive Order 2016-03, and I believe that increased the goal. And in my mind, I want to say it went to 50%, but I also think that the years that it went out also was extended, and that was to reflect that we had seen a great deal of success in achieving our goal.
Follow up?
Just for the record, I'm looking at the report that references this, and it states that the executive order raised the goal to 40% by 2025 and 50% by 2030.
That is my recollection.
Thank you.
Too. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Mr. Skoglund, I want to thank you for being here this afternoon or this morning and talking to us. And with that, I have no more pink cards for this bill, so I am going to close the public hearing on House Bill 175. We will be hearing House Bill 176 at 10 a.m. Representative Ploget will now let us know the outcome of any blue sheet activity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 175, there was 0 in favor of it, 40 against. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. So we won't start our next public hearing until 10 a.m. So that gives us some time. And so I'm going to ask Representative Bernardi to continue our Organization Day orientation about the activities of the committee by describing what will happen in an executive session. Now, this topic is relevant because at 4 o'clock this afternoon, the committee will be having its first executive session. So Representative Bernardi will walk you through what will happen in an executive session, and then we can ask and answer any questions that may arise. So Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This discussion of executive session responsibilities flows from House Rules 103 and 104. So preliminary requirements and scheduling. The chairman is responsible for scheduling specific bills for executive session with the committee assistant. Since time management is very essential, it's important to schedule these bills so that particularly so that we can meet calendar timelines with respect to the rest of House business. A quorum is required in the committee, and if a quorum is not present and a vote is critical, there's a deadline or something like that, you are advised to please contact the Speaker's office, particularly if you know you can't be here or there's some reason a substitute can be acquired and be there in your place. So proceedings and motions. Opening the session. Chairman opens an executive session. No vote is required to open that session. Discussion. Chairman should only recognize committee members for motions and discussion. Members of the public may be recognized at the chair's discretion for informational purposes. Motions. The chairman should ask for a motion. He may not make it himself in order for a discussion to begin on a bill. And a motion must be seconded or the bill is withdrawn. There are The motions that can be made are ought to pass with amendment, inexpedient to legislate, retain if it's the first year of a biennium, and refer to interim study in the second year only. The subcommittee chairman, if there was one, will be recognized to make that first motion if the bill was sent to a subcommittee. Preliminary discussion on a bill is appropriate if the members are not ready to vote or there's a need for additional information. Tabling of a bill is not allowed in a committee executive session. So the voting process. First is putting the question. Chair will say, are you ready to vote? The motion is, and then define what that motion is. You must be present in order to vote. You may only vote on a motion if you were present when the question was actually put. So if you happen to be outside going to the restroom and came back, and you may not come in and vote. Conflicts. If a member is present and must vote on a motion, unless he or she has filed a form with the clerk declaring the member's intention not to vote for some conflict. Amendments. Amendments must be voted on individually, and but they may not be amendments have to be voted on individually, but if there are multiple amendments, they must be consolidated into one final amendment to the bill under question. Members offering amendments should have copies prior to the start of the executive session. And amendments are identified by their amendment number provided by OLS, Office of Legislative Services. Amendments may be adopted by voice vote or show of hands or roll call vote. This is the chairman's discretion. Roll call vote is required in all committee final recommendations, House Rule 107. Changing of one's vote. A member may change his or her vote before the final vote is announced. Consent calendar. The chairman customarily asks the committee if there's any objection to placing a bill on the consent calendar, assuming there seems to be unanimity or only one or two contrary votes. If there is no objection, the bill may be placed on the consent calendar. If there's any bills with more than 2 nay votes, the custom is to place it on the regular calendar. No bills with fiscal impact or any appropriation may be placed on the consent calendar. House Rule 51. Reconsideration. A motion for reconsideration is appropriate and does not require a member making the motion to have voted on the prevailing side. Excuse me, I have violated the rules here. And reconsideration motion is only in order when the committee still has possession of the bill. So if the bill has left the committee, no further reconsideration is available.
Okay, thank you for that excellent summary, Representative Bernardi. Are there any questions? Representative Munns appears to have a question.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Subcommittees, can members request that there be a subcommittee? How does that work?
Yes, a member can request it, although the chair makes the final decision about whether to form a subcommittee, but it can be requested. Follow up?
And when would be the appropriate time to ask for that? Would that be after the motion has been made in the executive committee, during the hearing?
No. The motion to form a subcommittee should happen during the course of the public hearing on a bill. Executive session is way too late. We can't form a subcommittee if you're already in executive session because you're going to vote on the bill. So you need to form a subcommittee early in the process. Sometimes some committees even form subcommittees before they hear a bill in public hearing. For example, the Commerce Committee has 4 standing subcommittees, and they assign every bill that gets assigned to the committee to a subcommittee. And those subcommittees take charge of the public hearing process on the bill, doing research on the bill, and they ultimately make a recommendation on the final bill to the full committee. That's the way Commerce organizes themselves. We haven't done that in this committee. We've talked about it, but have decided that the subject matter of our committee is such that it would be hard to come up with 3 or 4 standing committees to which to refer bills. So what we do instead is we decide as we go through the public hearing process, does this look like a bill that needs a subcommittee? And if it is, then we form one. For example, last year we had a bill on 5G matters and whether there was a public health effect from the output of these radio transmitters. And it was a complicated subject. In fact, there had been a study commission the previous year that had issued a 1,000-page report on this subject. So we did form a study committee to ascertain just how to proceed with that bill. And we probably will do something similar this year if we have time. Time is the other critical factor in forming a subcommittee. A subcommittee requires a small group, a subset of this committee, to get together on a separate day and time to discuss what to do with the bill. So if our timelines are really tight, it might be difficult to schedule a subcommittee session for a particular bill, but we can try, and we'll discuss that amongst ourselves as the need arises.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Bernardi, for explaining to us how the process works. Representative Bernardi said that the chair solicits a motion. Can a motion be made without the chair soliciting?
No.
Thank you.
Representative, and I've
Jack.
apologized.
Jack.
Jack?
Jack.
Representative Jack has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if Representative Bernardi would touch on the process after the vote is taken. How do we get the committee report? Who writes it? How long do you have? How do we get a minority report? That sort of thing.
The chairman normally assigns or asks who is going to write the minority and majority report. If the amendment is proposed by, or I mean, if the bill is proposed by someone in the committee, they're gonna end up writing that, at least one of those reports. I'll let the chairman add to that.
Yes, so typically the person who makes the motion that prevails writes that report. It could either be a majority report, or it could be a minority report, or it could be a report for the whole committee. If the vote on the bill doesn't necessarily require a minority report, then the report reflects the will of the entire committee. So for example, if we vote on a bill and it's 20-0 in favor of the bill, we don't need a minority report. The majority of the committee has decided what the fate of the bill is, and that becomes the committee report because majority and minority members have contributed to that decision. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I actually knew that. This was for the benefit of anyone who's new to this process.
Oh, okay, great. Representative Thomas would like to add to that.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sure, and the chair would probably mention this later on, any committee report that is written, majority or minority, must reflect accurately any points that were brought out during the public hearing or the executive session. We've been advised in the past, there have been some reports, not from this group, because we have a good group here, but there are other committees that sometimes have reports that actually are completely different than what was discussed during public hearing. And so it's up to the chair to decide to accept or ask for amendments or changes to any committee report.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. To expand on that a little bit, all committee reports come to me as chairman, and I evaluate those committee reports. And if they're not satisfactory in some way, I will ask the member who wrote the report to make some changes if necessary. Once I approve the report, then it will go into the calendar. Representative Nodder has a question.
Yeah, can the clerk's office rewrite or edit? We don't call them blurbs anymore. Majority reports or minority reports.
The clerk and the speaker review all minority and majority reports, and they can request changes from the committee. They're not allowed to make those changes on their own, but they can request that we make them, and they can refuse essentially to accept the report until those changes are made. Additional questions? Representative McWilliams has one.
Thank you, Chair Bose. What is the deadline for submitting to you to review for these reports post exec session?
Tough question. The ideal is to have a committee report ready to go when you make a motion in executive session, so that you can hand it to me before we leave that day. That is the ideal. Frequently, it's not possible to do that because the motion made in committee ends up being a little different than what one might have anticipated. So I typically give people till noon the next day to complete and forward to me their committee report.
Thank you.
Representative Parshall has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bose. Could you walk me through a little bit of the process of amending a bill during executive committee? I'm foreseeing the situation where an amendment may have an impact on whether or not the bill needs a subcommittee, which will not be possible, I understand.
Okay, I'll try to answer that. So the process during executive committee, when you know you want to make an amendment to a bill, would be like this. You let me know ahead of time so that I can recognize you for a motion. And your motion will be, Mr. Chairman, I move ought to pass with amendment and offer amendment number XXXX. That would be the motion. We would then take up the amendment, and if we pass the amendment, then the motion of ought to pass as amended would be next to be adopted. Actually, I think I did that slightly wrong. What the motion would be, I move ought to pass and offer amendment XXXXX. And then if the amendment passes, then the motion is ought to pass as amended. Now, in the case of multiple amendments, we've been advised that we have to somehow consolidate those amendments. And that process could be a little bit messy and time consuming. So we'll have to be very, very careful about how we go about trying to amend a bill more than once in committee. You can run up against the problem where one amendment might supersede another and erase some of the things you were trying to do in your first amendment. So it can be complicated, and you have to approach that subject with care. Representative Murner has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Getting back to talking about subcommittees, on the first year, I remember here, I think 3 or 4 terms ago, we retained almost 11 bills. And that's where we had a lot of subcommittees because we saw bills that needed a little more work. So that alleviates the deadline, especially on the first year of legislation. So you can probably illuminate that a little bit.
Thank you. That's a good piece of institutional knowledge that you're passing along there. We do typically form subcommittees when we retain bills because the purpose of retaining a bill is to study it further. So subcommittees are the best way to do that. Representative Thomas. Doug
Thank you,
Thomas.
Mr. Chair. If we don't know the answer, perhaps we can contact the clerk on this. During a vote for an amendment during exec session, if the vote is a tie, does that mean the amendment fails?
Yes. Representative McWilliams.
I just want to suss a little bit more about how we do amendments on this committee. I have presented bills to other committees where there was just a very small amendment, say changing the date that the bill would take effect. And so at the time that I presented the bill, I also presented the amendment because it was such a small thing. And so we did have a situation last week on Tuesday's bill hearing date where we said we're not hearing amendments at the time that we hear the bill, which leaves me in this weird conundrum where, well, if we can't hear an amendment and that might potentially cause a subcommittee to want to get together and do something, how is this committee going to handle that?
So I'm just following advice given to me by the House Clerk, Paul Smith, who told us that amendments cannot be considered during public hearing, only during an executive session. And as I explained during the public hearing where that situation came up, it's okay to talk in general terms about the change you want to make in an amendment, but the committee is not going to consider the language of the amendment during the public hearing. And that's advice I got directly from the clerk, who is an expert on Mason's rules of procedure. And that's the way we've been told to do it. Okay. Representative Jack has a question.
Thank you. Someone who is not on the committee can draft an amendment for the committee's consideration, but when the executive session happens, someone on the committee must move the amendment for it to be considered, unless it was the senator who drafted the amendment, and then you have to get a redraft with an H number.
Good. Excellent point. Excellent point. Okay. I'll tell you what, let's take a 6-minute recess at this point so we can take care of personal business, and then we will resume our activity at 10 o'clock by hearing House Bill 176. So we are in recess for 6 minutes. Okay, let's get started, everyone. I'd like to open the public hearing on House Bill 176. I will remind anyone who wants to speak on this legislation to hand me a pink card sooner rather than later, including the prime sponsor of the speaker of the bill, who is Representative Michael Harrington. And so Representative Harrington, as soon as you're ready, you can present House Bill 176. Relative to the rules of the Site Evaluation Committee.
This bill's come up in the past. Let me start with saying that. And I think the last time it was sort of lost in the COVID haze, with justification being that since there was no new energy projects scheduled in New Hampshire, that there was no need to have this bill. Now, what the bill does is corrects what I think is a major mistake by the Site Evaluation Committee, because they way overstepped their authority. There was a bill passed a few years ago, basically in response to the Antrim Wind project, which specified a number of new legislative mandated requirements for wind projects only. And yet the Site Evaluation Committee, in their infinite wisdom, decided to expand that to all energy projects. So, for example, you have an emergency evacuation plan for a transmission line. Well, last I checked, no one's living in a transmission line. So there's a lot of unnecessary rules. It sends a message twofold. One, it says the departments are in charge of the state, not the legislature. And it also sends a message to everybody: don't come to New Hampshire, because we're going to make life as difficult as possible for you if you want to build any energy projects. Now, we can debate all day what type of energy project we should make, but the fact is we are going to have more energy projects in the state, for the simple reason, if we're going to electric cars and electric heat and all these other lofty goals, we're going to need more electricity in order to do that, especially if we plan on closing down the fossil fuel facilities. So more electricity means more projects, means more transmission lines. If we're going to go with offshore wind, well, that's really good, but the electricity has to go someplace. Leaving it out in the ocean isn't powering a damn thing. It's got to come on land, and that land requires new transmission lines, which will be subject to all sorts of rules that the legislature never required it to be done. This is a simple matter of housekeeping, telling the Site Evaluation Committee, you overstepped your authority, you don't have the legislative approval to do that, so change your rules and make them match the law. It's that simple. Shouldn't be a Democrat, a Republican, conservative, liberal, fossil fuel, no fossil fuel. It's just telling a state agency, obey the law, because you don't have the authority to make it. And I'll take any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Representative Harrington. Could you go through each of the specific rule changes that you would like to see the Site Evaluation Committee be instructed to change?
Well, I suppose I could if we had a half a day to spend on this, Mr. Chairman, but the fact is that there's a whole lengthy list of them, and the easiest way to do that is to look at the bill, that the legislation that was passed, and compare it to the rules, which I'm not prepared to do today. It's a simple matter of saying where the rule exceeds the authority granted by the legislation, it needs to be changed to match it. And that's what the bill does. It simply says, go change your rules to match the legislation, take the authority that was granted to you, make sure you implement the law as it was written, but you don't expand it to other things that it wasn't applied to in the legislation.
Okay. Further questions for Representative Harrington? Representative McWilliams has a question. No, Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for introducing this bill as well. For the record, I mean, a similar bill was introduced twice, once in 2022 and once in 2017, and it was in both cases it was determined that it was not necessary. But can you mentioned that the Site Evaluation Committee has exceeded its legislative authority. Who has determined that they have exceeded their legislative authority?
Well, for one, I have, and for a second, anybody that can read. because if you look at the rules and you compare it to the law, the rule change was a direct result of a law passed in response to the Antrim Wind project, because people wanted, and to some extent it was necessary because there was not a lot of requirements in there. And for example, I say this because I've been on 7, 8, 9 site evaluation committees in the past. I think I'm the only one in the House who's ever served on one, but they had a lot of holes in there. For example, there was no requirement for decommissioning of wind projects. So they didn't have to have no statutory requirement to say that you had to have finances put aside so that at the end of your usable life, whatever it is, 25 years or 30 years, that there would be money there so you wouldn't just leave this eyesore of an old windmill or hundreds of old windmills sitting on the top of a hill someplace. So there was reasons for the law, and the law specified certain things specific to wind plants and wind facilities only. And yet when the rule was written, it was applied to everybody. I wasn't in the legislature at the time. This was after I left the commission and before I got back into the House. And I did contact Jelcar on it and was basically told that, I won't use the exact language I was told, but let's just say this is so screwed up, no one knows what the hell it means anyway, so we're passing it. And that's what happened, and it became a rule. But if you look at the law and you look at the rules, you clearly see that what was applied exclusively to wind, and I reference the statute here, was applied in the rules to all types of energy projects, which was a gross overreach by the Site Evaluation Committee rules people.
You need a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Harrington, RSA 541A, the Administrative Procedures Act, specifies that a state agency cannot create rules for which it has not received legislative authority. What is the procedure under RSA 541A for dealing with the situation which you describe, namely that rules were written without legislative authority?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, but I have to be honest with you, I don't know. I know that I had this bill put in twice now, and I also was involved in the rulemaking process. I submitted comments, and like I say, I went to Jelcar over it and got nowhere. So I just think it's time that we make sure that the law is reflected in the rules, and the rules reflect the law and not something else. I off the top of my head, I don't know what that process is.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Representative Harrington? Seeing none, thank you for introducing this bill. Oops, Representative Wendy Thomas had a last-minute question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Would this bill, and I'm looking at line 14 on, would this bill eliminate emergency response plans for all energy facilities? Is that what this is implying?
It would make the rules reflect what's in the law. And if we want to put on additional requirements, let's just say, I don't know, for a solar facility, then we should put those in the law and not say, well, we'll let the site evaluation committee make them up and put them in there. That's the whole point of this. I think, on a bigger issue, people have to understand, if you look at this from a broader issue, New Hampshire and New England have a very bad reputation for investing anything in energy. Whether you're in favor of them or against them really doesn't make any difference. But we saw, $1 billion go into Northern Pass, and it was wasted. We've seen hundreds of millions of dollars in the project up in Maine for the transmission, which got all their permits and then was overturned by a referendum petition and now is hung up in the courts. We saw Antrim Wind, which is a nameplate of, I think, 28 megawatts. So effectively, it's about, producing about 12 megawatts per hour on average. And that took, I think, 6 years before they were able to get approval. So anything that we do, if someone comes in and looks and says, wow, this state is allowing their administrators to create law that makes it more cumbersome and more burdensome on energy projects, they're going to say, nah, I'll invest in Oklahoma. because they just are not going to come here. We have a market-based system here where it's merchant plants, and we're sending a big loud message to them. We don't want you. So all this is, again, is an attempt to say the laws are written by the legislature and not by the agency. And if there's a good reason for putting in some particular requirement that was only applied to wind to other facilities, then someone should bring forth a bill that does that.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One quick question. I'm aware that there has been studies, and I believe a bill perhaps, coming forward to reorganize the SEC. I'm just wondering if you are aware if that procedures would contain any language in there that would reflect what this bill does.
I know there's one for substantial reorganization of the site evaluation committee, and there's some differing opinions on exactly how they should go forward. To the best of my knowledge, this is not included in there. But if this committee was so desired, I would have no problem with incorporating this with that bill, so we only have to deal with one piece of legislation. It's necessary, but it doesn't have to be a standalone bill. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's a good point, as usual.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Representative Harrington. Question on, yeah, right here. Question on the way that right now you're saying the SEC tends to drag projects out, make them take too long, have onerous and unnecessary rules. It sounds like your testimony has been really focused on streamlining the process. So we're not there right now, but if we were to enable 5 megawatts of solar across the state for any developer who wanted to do that, would this bill then make it easier for solar to be installed?
Well, I'm not a solar installer, so it's a little difficult for me to say that, but I would think that anytime you remove additional regulations would make it easier, and it would take the things that really aren't germane to a solar project that may be germane to a wind project, especially a small solar project. Remember, if it's that size, it doesn't have to go to the site evaluation committee. It's 30 megawatts or bigger, or at the request of the governing agencies such as the selectmen or mayor or city councils. So most of the time, to be quite honest, it would have no effect on 5 megawatts one way or the other, because they're not under the site evaluation committee unless for some reason somebody decides to do it, and then the site evaluation committee would have to vote to accept it. But anytime let's just say it was a 30 megawatt solar system, which would be under theirs, it would be less burdensome because there'd be less requirements. And again, I'm not saying that everything that's specified in the bill is bad. I'm saying what the bill originally said was it only applies to wind. And if we want to look at other projects and say, well, I'm going to take not A, B, and C, but maybe D and F and apply it to solar, then we should do that. But we should do it through the legislative process, not because some bureaucrat decided it was a good idea.
Can I ask a follow-up, Chair?
Follow up.
So it sounds like there are quite a few nuanced sections that this refers to, other rules, other RSAs. Would it make sense, in your opinion, to do a study on this, to really look at the nuts and bolts of what it's applying to and how to fix this for all energy projects?
Well, I mean, that could be a follow-up, I guess, if someone wanted to look into that as a response to passing this bill. But the main function of the bill is to say, let's get rid of the administratively created rules that don't reflect the law. And then if we wanted to come back and say, okay, now that we've gotten those out of there, because they don't be there, they don't have the authority to do it, but they did it anyways. Now maybe we want to look at that and reassign some of those, but reassign them through the legislative process, not through the administrative rulemaking process, which was clearly exceeded in this case.
Thank you.
Right?
Concurrent with or congruent to the question Representative McWilliams asked, should this bill contain a provision to create a study committee to study this question and see which rules should be revised and or put into new legislation?
I would certainly have no opposition to that whatsoever.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions for the prime sponsor, we'll now call on the next person who has submitted a pink card on this bill, and that's Meredith Hatfield, representing the Nature Conservancy. And Ms. Hatfield, it's good to see you again for longtime members of the committee. We will recall that Ms. Hatfield was once the consumer advocate here in the state. So welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Vos. It's good to be back. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. I did mark opposed to the bill because we did want to raise just a few cautionary comments. But I did want to start off by saying that we agree wholeheartedly with Representative Harrington that the state will need significant additional new energy resources, particularly, as he pointed out, as we electrify buildings and our transportation systems. However, these rules, we believe, were crafted carefully with a lot of public input by folks who might be impacted by projects. They were approved by JLCAR, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, which some of you may have sat on. So we think that if there is a concern that the committee is going beyond its authority, that it would be more appropriate to inquire perhaps with the Office of Legislative Services or with JLCAR to perhaps conduct a proceeding. I'm not that familiar with the JLCAR rules, but there might be an avenue to go through that committee. My assumption when I see a rule that's made it through JLCAR is that it is within the statutory authorization that you've given to an agency. And if you look at rules, you can actually see the statutory site, typically in rules that have been approved by JLCAR. Thank you to Representative Thomas for bringing up House Bill 609, which I think will be coming before your committee soon. It strikes us as making sense to perhaps hold this bill and consider it in the context of the larger overhaul that is proposed in Chairman Vos's bill, so that you could consider these issues together. I think another option would be to actually file a petition with the Site Evaluation Committee itself, asking it to conduct this inquiry and consider whether their rules are appropriately drafted. And I'm sure that there would be a lot of folks who propose energy projects, as well as folks with other interests who would be likely interested in participating if there was such a process. And I also just wanted to point the committee to RSA 162H16, which is the current findings and certificate issuance section in the current SEC law, which has language about the types of considerations that the SEC should consider when it's considering whether to issue a certificate. It talks about not unduly interfering with orderly development, no unreasonable adverse effects on a range of topics. So I do think that the SEC, that you've created the SEC to be an expert agency to consider things, that frankly would be pretty complicated and take a lot of time for legislators to consider. So I also do think that there may be times when party in an SEC proceeding proposes something and the committee thinks it's a reasonable thing to add to a certificate, and sometimes all of the parties to a case might agree. So that, the committee does have some authority, I think, to consider general public health and safety and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great input. I hadn't thought about appealing directly to the SEC to modify its rules, but that certainly is another way to accomplish the same goal. Unless it doesn't work, of course. Any further questions, Representative Summers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is just a clarification for myself. Is it not the job of the legislature to understand and change and refrain bring in, I guess, if a agency misinterprets a law, to actually go follow what's actually in the law and not what's written in some rule?
Yes, I think that when you're a party to an agency proceeding, you have several options. One of them is to appeal the agency finding to a court. And what you would be asking the court to do is look at the legislative intent. So I think there are a few different avenues you can take if an agency does something, if you're an applicant or if you're seeking a permit and you don't like the outcome, there are different options. But certainly I think the legislature, for example, on the issue of sound, the legislature certainly can clarify what you meant when you told an agency to ensure that sound impacts didn't interfere with someone's enjoyment of their property or something like that, or a business that was near a proposed energy facility. I guess I would caution, the reason we have agencies like DES or DOE or the SEC is because they take the time, they have the time to put people under oath and have expert witnesses come in. And so when it comes to, what's the decibel level, that to me is something that you would leave to an agency. Now, if you saw the agency setting a limit of 0 decibels for all the energy projects, obviously, we're not going to get any built. So I do think that there certainly, you write the laws of the state, so certainly there's a major role for you to set policy direction. But I do think there's also a role for the expertise that an agency can consider.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So wouldn't this bill be another way of the legislature actually clarifying the intent of the law?
I do think it could be. I think some of the language, sort of proclaiming that things are beyond the law might be a little bit challenging for the SEC to, I think it's not perfectly clear what you would like them to do. So I think if you wanted to pass this bill, it certainly could be revised to reflect your specific intent on these different topics.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Hatfield, are there any particular rules identified here that you don't believe should be changed?
I can't speak to the specifics of the visual assessment or the sound assessment, but I do know that for a lot of stakeholders, those rules are very important so that when they engage in a site evaluation committee process, there's sort of guidelines or there's a framework where people can ask the SEC for certain outcomes. So I don't have a specific issue with any of the rules as they currently exist.
Follow up?
So, sound assessment for a solar panel installation is legitimate or not?
I don't know if the committee has required that. I can't speak to any specifics about that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington, no, you can't ask a question.
I'm not going to ask a question. I just wanted to state a clarification of the bill.
Okay, clarification.
So one thing that people are aware of, this bill does not limit the authority of the site evaluation committee. As I stated in the past, for example, on decommissioning, the site evaluation committee imposed that as a requirement for the permit. It wasn't mandated by law. All the bill does, it says it would remove the mandates and leave the discretion of the committee to decide, like as just brought up, yes, we're going to have, the law requires us to have a sound evaluation for a windmill, but not for a solar facility because there's no need for it. It doesn't, if they wanted to, there'd be nothing that would prevent them from doing that. It simply says that it doesn't restrict their authority. It just says they don't have to because that was never the intent of the original law.
Thank you for that clarification. Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So would it be your view or your opinion that these rules do not exceed the legislative authority that was provided by the legislature?
That is my view. And as I said before, because they were approved by JLCAR, and that is such a rigorous process, that would be my view. I think Representative Harrington he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what he might be getting at is the application of rules to cases that he thinks the committee doesn't have authority for. So, for example, on line 11, the bill refers to a site 30105 requiring visual impact assessments for all facilities. And on line 12, the bill says such assessment is required for wind energy systems only. So I think if the rules have been approved by JL Carr, that the committee did have the authority to promulgate them.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I'd like to thank Ms. Hatfield for being here this morning and testifying to the committee.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in attendance today who would like to say something about this bill? Seeing none, I guess we shall close the public hearing on House Bill 176. And Representative Ploget will give us a briefing on the blue sheet responses to this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Bowles. House Bill 176, the blue sheet is pro 0 against, con 0 against. Online, 1 pro, 41 against.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is unexpected. I really didn't anticipate that this hearing would only last a half hour. Otherwise, I would have scheduled it for a half hour. But unfortunately, we cannot change a noticed public hearing's time, so we will have to wait until 11 o'clock before we can begin the public hearing on House Bill 208. Is there any member of the committee who has anything that they would like to discuss, since we have apparently some free time? Representative Nodder.
Yes, I would like to request that we have a caucus, a Republican caucus, and maybe the Democrats can have their own caucus somewhere else.
That's a good idea. So we will recess the committee until 11 o'clock and allow individual caucuses to do anything they feel they must. We will resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Everyone, 11 o'clock, time to start the hearing, the public hearing on House Bill 208. And I'm going to call to the front table Representative Will Darby, who will introduce the bill. He is a co-sponsor and he is taking the place of Representative Jackie Chrétien, who was injured over the weekend and could not be with us today. So good morning, Representative Darby, and welcome to SD&E.
Thank you, Chairman Vose. Thank you, members of the committee. As Chairman Vose mentioned, my name is Will Darby. I'm from Nashua Ward 8. I am co-sponsoring House Bill 208. I had intended to testify before this bill and wrote up a paper, but in sake of time, I'm going to read Representative Chrétien's testimony instead. I have submitted my own testimony online and via email, if you would have the opportunity to read through that. So I'm just gonna read what she was intending to state.
Representative, since we have a written copy of her testimony, rather than reading it, could you summarize it? Because we can read it at our leisure, rather than have you reading it to us. Would that be possible, or would you prefer to read it?
Unfortunately, I don't think I will do it due justice. I have read it several times myself, but I'm not sure that I'll be able to summarize it completely.
Okay, understood. Go right ahead and read it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning, colleagues and esteemed guests. For the record, my name is Jacqueline Chrétien, and I represent wards 2, 4, 5, and 7 in Manchester here in the New Hampshire House. I'm exceedingly sorry that I cannot be here today to introduce this important bill in person, but as a wise man once said, icy is dicey, and the ankle surgery waits for no man but the orthopedist. I am sponsoring this bill first and foremost because the people of New Hampshire want the state to have a climate plan. This is essentially identical to bills that were introduced in the last two sessions. In 2020, as House Bill 1664, it passed the House with a margin of 197 to 123, but died a COVID death in the Senate. Last term, as House Bill 172, it was tabled along with many other bills from our committee. However, the public support for both of these bills was overwhelming. There were 310 people signed in to support House Bill 172 when it was heard in 2021, and only 30 against, all but 4 of whom were either elected officials or fossil fuel lobbyists. We have a mandate from our constituents to act on climate. Secondly, I'm sponsoring this bill because I believe the state legislature has a responsibility to protect our residents, safeguard New Hampshire resources for future generations. Climate change is real and already having an impact on New Hampshire residents, businesses, and the government. Others testifying here today can speak in details to these effects, but hotter summers negatively impact respiratory health. Warmer winters are a killer for tourism and the revenue in the North Country, and even a few inches of sea level rise raise the cost of living and doing business on the seacoast. These effects will only become more substantial over time. The science is clear that climate change acceleration due to greenhouse gas emissions is something that everyone who lives in a developed country contributes to, and it's something that we will all need to contribute to slowing. We have a responsibility to our children and grandchildren and the other future citizens of the state to act on climate. With that said, I recognize that not everyone on this committee agrees with the 98% of Earth scientists on the role of greenhouse gases in driving climate change. So let's talk about the money instead. There's substantial evidence that renewables and low carbon technologies in general are on a learning curves, or...
Excuse me, Representative, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. We have a limited amount of time to discuss this bill. And regrettably, Representative Chrétien's testimony seems to be about climate change rather than the substance of this bill. I think what the committee members would really like to hear is what this bill does and how it does it, and whether or not that's something that we should consider doing. So I'm going to ask you to forego reading the rest of her testimony. We can read that at our leisure. And I'm going to ask you instead if you could discuss some of the specifics of the bill. What does it actually do? And why should we consider doing that action?
Sure. Thank you. So as stated in the bill, it sets up greenhouse gas emission goals for the state and a climate action plan. What that means, as I read the bill and as I have discussed with Representative Kretchen, is that the departments in the state will have that have control over and have influence over greenhouse gas emissions will end up setting up a greenhouse gas objectives and goals, and the Department of Environmental Services will measure progress towards those goals. I believe the reason that Representative Kretchen was talking about the progress towards renewable energies is because the Department of Environmental Services will apply that exponential curve towards the plan that they put forth.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to suggest that members of the committee forego questions of Representative Darby, and let us listen to some of the other folks who want to testify on this bill. The Department of Environmental Services, we have another representative who would like to testify. I have 7 cards here already, so we're going to have to start limiting people to 2 to 3 minutes very soon here. So I'd like to move on, if that's okay with you, Representative Darby.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll call next Representative Jared, and I'm not sure if this is Sullivan or Sully. Sullivan, okay, Representative Jared Sullivan, representing Grafton District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm here representing Grafton District 2, which is Bethlehem and Franconia up in northern New Hampshire, so the North Country, as we like to call it. Oftentimes, we feel like we're ignored up there, regardless of our party, because most of the population being down there, we have fewer people representing us, and we do have a unique set of needs up there that oftentimes aren't thought about down here in southern, more populated part of the state. My district specifically has Cannon located in it, but also we have a big industry with snowmobiling, hunting, fishing, and the majority of the people, my constituents, are served by wells, not by sewer or water systems. And all of these things are being threatened by climate change. And so I'm very much in support of a bill that could help reduce this. The ski industry has shortened by, I believe, nearly a week. We have a lot of moose that are dying. You can look at this. You can look this up yourself, because snow is happening later and later every year. The ticks are killing off infant moose that are born, and I believe the last study I read was that 70% of the moose in Maine didn't make it through the winter last year. Newborn moose didn't make it through the winter. So I'm in support of this bill. It impacts my district, impacts northern New Hampshire, impacts maple sugar industry up there, which is the biggest part of the state that produces maple sugar is up by me. So these are all things that are negatively impacted, and you know, it's oftentimes things that maybe people aren't thinking. So I'm just trying to provide another perspective that that climate change is real. It's negatively impacting everybody, and it's really hurting the livelihoods of some of the people in my community. A lot of people we had a drought last summer. We've had a drought every summer now for the last 3-4 years, and numerous constituents have run out of water. And some people can't drink the water, so they have to go and fill up at these local springs, and they're just trickling out. There's lines getting water at one point in the summer. So with that, I'll wrap up my testimony, and happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Great. Thank you, Representative. We appreciate you being here. I will ask you a quick question.
Sure.
Pertaining specifically to the bill. You mentioned water issues in the North Country. You mentioned tick problems in the North Country, et cetera. How do you see, what can you point to specifically in this bill that will help address some of those issues?
Sure. I think, yeah, so the idea is going after the climate change issue more broadly. So if we can do our part, I know it's a global issue, and so we have to work globally, but we are part of the global ecosystem. So if we're going to ignore it in New Hampshire, that's certainly not going to support anybody else anywhere else in the world trying to do their part. And so we need to reduce the amount of emissions that were happening, and that's what this bill aims to do, and that's why I'm in support of it.
Okay, great. Any further questions for the representative? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, I'll call on Mr. Michael Fitzgerald from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for his testimony on this bill.
Morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Mike Fitzgerald, Assistant Director of the Department of Environmental Services Air Resources Division. We are the division of DES that would be primarily tasked with most of the work that's required in this bill. DES does not take a position on the merits of the bill itself. However, we would like to point out a couple of concerns. First of all, by way of context, DES was very significantly involved in the development of the 2009 Climate Action Plan that is still in existence today, many of whose recommendations are still supported at this point. That plan involved probably almost a 2-year process, several DES staff. There was a 29-member task force that the governor appointed to oversee the development of that plan, and it required significant resources, most of which at that time were paid for by funds from a major national settlement on air pollution with major power plants in the Midwest. That EPA allocated some of that funding to DES, and therefore we were able to have positions available to support that work. You might notice that the fiscal note on this bill indicates that we would probably that funding has been used and is now gone. So this bill does not allocate any additional funding for staffing to do the work that's planned in this bill. And so we would probably need at least 2, maybe more like 3 additional staff to accomplish the work that's required in this bill. And as I noted, there's no appropriation. Also, the timelines in the bill are, given the scope and magnitude of the task and the potential economic impacts of a significant, well thought out climate action plan, those potential economic impacts to be considered in the development of that plan would require a significant amount of economic analysis that our department does not have the capability for, so therefore we would probably want to rely on some type of a consultant to assist us with that type of economic analysis. That work was done external to the Climate Action Plan, and it was funded by the Charitable Foundation back in the development of the 2009 plan. We worked closely with consultants in the development of that, but we did not do the work ourselves. So in essence, basically, we don't feel that the timeframes contemplated in this plan are sufficient for us to do a meaningful job and do all the work that's anticipated under the bill. And second, we do not have the staffing and resources and would certainly need some type of allocation to do that work. We don't have those staff available today that we had 10 years ago. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for being here and submitting your testimony on this bill today.
Yes, by the way, I did give a letter. I passed a letter out to each one summarizing my testimony or
Thank you.
testimony.
And I do have a couple of questions about your letter.
Certainly.
Your letter mentions 3 full-time equivalent positions. Would those be permanent positions going forward, or just would they just be temporary
I
for
would
the development
anticipate
of a plan?
at least one, if not two of those positions would probably be long-term because the bill does require continuous reporting on greenhouse gas emissions and so on. So depending on the amount of work that needed to be done, I would say at least one of those would be a long-term position, and the other two would be necessary for during the development of the plan, which would probably take, best guess on my part would be a two-year effort. The bill does require that we conduct public listening sessions. That involves going out, holding hearings, all kinds of effort, and then coalescing all of that information and developing a report and then putting that out to public comment as well. So I would say 2 years would be a minimum necessary to get that work, and that would be very aggressive.
As a follow-up to that, your letter also says that implementation of a climate plan will likely have an economic impact on the state, including energy costs for residents, businesses, and manufacturers, as well as towns, schools, counties, etc. Do you imagine that influence on energy costs would be an increase in those costs?
Sir, it would be very difficult to say at this time because it would depend on the plan that was developed, obviously. But I would suspect that there might be short-term impacts to and increases. But in the development of the 2009 climate plan, we basically determined that most of the measures were ultimately cost-saving measures, but that cost savings would accrue over time.
Your letter also mentions that it will likely result in workforce changes. Does that mean layoffs?
No, I think I think what we've seen is changes that, for instance, people who might be employed in the fossil fuel industry, if there was a move to renewables, might move, need re-education and move over into development of renewable energy types or things such as that. But I don't believe, again, the 2009 Climate Action Plan, we'd be happy to come speak to a committee or subcommittee on the plan itself. But the 2009 plan, I think, envisioned that there would be positive economic changes. I certainly would not say there would be no dislocation. There might be some certain disruption, but the net, there would be overall positive benefits to the economy and to employment.
And finally, as someone who's been involved in these kinds of processes for many, many years, would it be your opinion that a bill that didn't have an appropriation in it would be rejected by the Finance Committee?
I would certainly imagine so, sir.
Okay, thank you.
the fiscal note
Representative
speaks for
Corman
itself,
has
I
a
think.
question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You've listed several reasons to be against this bill, yet you say DES takes no position. So what are the reasons that DES would not even take a position given all the negative that you just told us?
Well, as I mentioned in my opening statement, I don't believe DES does not disagree with the basic premise of the bill that climate planning is necessary and important. Our concerns are the fact that we don't have the staff and the resources to do it at this point. So I would not say that results in us opposing the bill, but we certainly could not say we support it as it stands because of the fiscal impacts and the staffing and resource concerns that I've outlined. So I think we've tried to maybe thread the needle a little bit here.
Okay. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the letter, can you just clarify, is Commissioner Scott saying that a 14-year-old climate plan document is sufficient for 2023 and going forward?
I don't believe so. I think what we're saying, though, is that plan was well thought out, well planned. Many of the recommendations in that plan have not come to fruition or have been adopted. So I think the plan could certainly stand updating, but many of its analyses and recommendations would still stand today.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you. And do you know if money from the infrastructure bill could cover a project like this?
I don't know about the infrastructure bill, but the recent IRA, I forget the term, but EPA is considering, and they're taking comment right now. They received a significant amount of funding for greenhouse gas and climate planning efforts, and they are taking public comment on how to allocate those, and specifically whether to allocate certain of those funds to states. We have been active in that comment process, and we expect to hear something in the next couple of months as to whether EPA funding may be available for this this type of an effort. But at this point in time, we certainly are not secure in that.
Thank you very much.
Inflation Reduction Act, I'm sorry.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your reoccurring appearance before this committee. You talked a little bit about the challenges, the costs associated with climate change and implementing a plan, potential impact on energy costs. Can you talk a little bit about the opportunities that addressing climate change presents to our state and our economy?
Representative, remember, we're here to ask questions about the bill. We're not here to solve climate change as a problem.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm speaking to the letter that we received where there's a discussion of the costs of climate change, but I think we've heard it from Mr. Fitzgerald that there are benefits as well.
If you can answer that quickly,
certainly,
I'll allow it.
Certainly, the letter refers to economic impacts. Those impacts can be both positive and negative. And in the 2009 climate plan, we certainly did identify a very significant potential economic benefits, and overall, the benefits were greater than the potential costs. But when I say economic impacts in the letter, it does refer to both positive and negative.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vose. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. So I want to follow up on your comment about this being a 14-year-old climate document from 2009, and there are pieces that were not implemented. What could we do to implement those pieces other than, this, it sounds like really complicated and expensive 2-year effort to do this bill. What could we do instead to implement those pieces from 2009 that haven't been implemented?
Well, the 2009 plan was adopted as a result of a climate change policy task force that was established by an executive order by Governor Lynch. That task force gave no authority to implement any actions. Our position has always been that authority would need to be provided for and authorized by the legislature. And for instance, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, our participation and continued participation in that was authorized by the legislature. Things such as the Renewable Portfolio Standard, other energy efficiency measures, et cetera, that have been adopted over time have all been authorized by the legislature. And so, as was discussed in the last bill on the Site Evaluation Committee, the legislature would need to provide specific authorization to the department or other agencies, whatever, to implement specific portions of the plan that would that plan was a plan, but it had no specific authorization to it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So just so I understand this, you're saying that we do need to do some kind of legislation in order to implement those recommendations from the 2009 plan. Is there something that you could tell us that would be less expensive or require less staff, or could somehow pass what seems to be, a serious concern about cost?
Well, again, the staff that worked on that plan are no longer with the department because that funding was provided by a settlement of funds from EPA. So even if I wanted to do something similar to what we did before, I can't do that now because those staff are no longer with us, and that funding is gone. I would have, since 2009, a lot of this type of work that we do has been funded by EPA, but that work has been level funded since 2010, and a grant that at one point from EPA covered approximately 21 people today covers 12. So our staffing is actually less than what it was at that time, and the staff that were specifically funded to do this work are no longer with us and have no and there's no funding for them even in the base EPA grants. Now, again, as was mentioned under the Inflation Reduction Act, there's potential federal funds that would be available to states to hire specific staff. But I would be very hesitant to sit here and tell you that I could undertake even the most cursory climate action plan based on the current funding and resource situation within the department.
Thank you.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, although I'm not sure if you answered it, but I would like to get back to the bill, actually. And in the bill, on the last page, I think item number 3, it says state energy policy. Would this rewrite or cause to be rewritten the new state's 10-year energy plan that has just come out? I'm a little confused as to what this would do, and a DOE, it doesn't seem to be here, so I'm wondering if you can comment on what that paragraph on state energy policy would do.
I don't have specifics for you, but I do note that the bill says it shall repeal RSA 378-37, and then that section is then reenacted as follows. And so this seems to me to, in legislation, establish an energy policy. Then it would be up to the Department of Energy to determine whether their current energy strategy comports with the policy. The legislature is to establish the policy, then it would be up to the agency to determine whether or not what they're doing is currently would comport with the revised policy.
Follow up.
Thank you. So to be clear then, this would require the DOE to do a review of their plan all over again to see if it met what the legislation here would tell them to do.
Well, I would point out there are two separate plans. One is a climate action plan. That was the 2009. Right. The other is the state energy plan. Right. That is currently authorized in statute, and I believe that the statute requires every 3 years that it be updated. But that's a task of the Department of Energy. We obviously can work with the Department of Energy and try to achieve some consistency, and we comment on their energy plan from an environmental perspective. We don't comment on the energy policy from a financial or economic impact perspective.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. We're going to move on here. We have 6 people who would like to testify, and we only have 30 minutes left. So we will next call on Wharton Sinkler, who is from Sandwich, New Hampshire, to testify. And Mr. Sinkler, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. As the chair mentioned, I'm from Sandwich. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, and I think I am in support of this bill. I think having a plan for addressing climate change is important. One of the reasons is economics. We are seeing increasing disruption from climate change, including economic effects in our state already. Any industries which depend on snow and ice this winter have taken a big hit, and I think there's a prognosis that will continue. As the disruptions become more severe, there is possibility that draconian steps will be needed in the future, and we can position New Hampshire better to be in a better position when that happens, if and when that happens, if we have reduced our reliance on fossil fuels in the interim. So a plan for New Hampshire to do that, to me, is in line with economic prudence and responsible governance, and I urge you to approve this plan and to take the recommendations that come with it and act to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, which will reduce our vulnerability with respect to a need to reduce those emissions. There are other reasons that are, for example, health related. A lot of bad health effects are due to emissions from fossil fuels, particulate emissions, which cause really severe health effects, severe heat, which is really hard on our residents, especially older people and children. There are also national security issues with our use of fossil fuels. Right now, we are indirectly in a conflict with Russia, and they benefit when we use a lot of fossil fuel and thereby keep the global price for fossil fuels high. So from a national security point of view, New Hampshire can do its part and really have an impact if we plan away from these fossil fuels. Will benefit the climate, will benefit health, will benefit national security. I would particularly urge the Republicans on the committee to take a stand here and do what I believe their constituents want of them, which is to take this issue seriously and to make some substantive actions in the direction of a responsible and substantive set of actions to address climate change. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Sinkler, and thank you for being respectful of our time limit. Appreciate that. Questions for Mr. Sinkler? Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sinkler. Can you just explain what some of the benefits would be if we were to adopt a climate action plan? I've heard a lot of negative about cost and staffing for DES and the fact that it's 14 years old and hasn't been implemented. What are some of the pros?
Well, it depends really what the actions recommended are. But for example, reducing, replacing the state vehicle fleet, vehicles in the state vehicle fleet and in municipal vehicle fleets with electric vehicles may have real benefits. They're cheaper to run. You can charge them at night when most of the power is coming from Seabrook, and we're not using natural gas, which we don't produce anyway in our state. So that is an economic benefit, as well as having clean air and reduce reliance, the national security effects that I mentioned. But yes, I think there obviously it has to be part of the plan to analyze the economic effects of a initiative such as replacing vehicles in fleets with electric vehicles. But that's an example of the type of thing that we could be doing and also installing more renewable energy, working with our utilities and the Public Utilities Commission to encourage the implementation of more clean energy that is, when it's produced here in New Hampshire, it's local, it's clean, it's economical. So many benefits, including economical benefits. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I'd like to thank you for stopping by this morning and talking with us.
Thank you all very much.
And I'd like to call next on Joan Widner of Amherst, who's representing herself. And Ms. Widmer, I think we've already heard about the need for this bill to address climate change. So rather than restating that need, if you could tell us how specifically you think this bill will help, we'd appreciate that.
Well, I've submitted some written testimony, which is really addressing the health implications of climate change. I'm a healthcare practitioner. I'm a nurse working for home health and hospice in Merrimack, and I see every day patients that are dealing with exacerbations of COPD and congestive heart failure as a result of high heat index days. Most of New Hampshire homes are not equipped with air conditioning, and so these patients suffer particularly badly. We, in fact, at Home Health and Hospice have a fan program where we'll bring a fan to a home of a patient that is having difficulty breathing. But put that aside, prior to becoming a nurse, I had a 25-year career in corporate finance and accounting, and I spent years developing operational and business plans as well as strategic plans. And as everyone knows, a strategic plan needs to be updated every 3 years. We're dealing with a climate change plan that has not been updated since 2009. That's untenable because every plan needs to be modified over time because the events and circumstances around those plans change. So it's just real prudence to modify plans over time and to make sure that you're using the appropriate mechanisms that are available. Also, I will echo the prior individual's testimony that most climate change benefiting work is cost savings. I personally drive a hybrid car and I get 50 miles to the gallon. I'm looking forward to the next car purchase to go to full electric. Matter of fact, a lot of electric companies are now doing net zero metering to allow individuals who own vehicles to charge them at off-peak hours so that they can then buy back that energy during peak hours that their batteries have that have not been used. So there's a lot of benefits. Solar panels are cheaper to run. Different kinds of light bulbs, getting rid of the incandescents and going to the other kinds of bulbs. I can't think of their names. I'm drawing a blank on it. I'm not a technologist. I'm a healthcare practitioner. And I know that with the increase in visits to the emergency department, that's costing us through our Medicaid dollars because a lot of these patients are coming to the emergency room for treatment. And so we'd have savings there. So, I mean, again, this is all off the cuff based on my knowledge of both business, finance, and healthcare. Thank you for your time to speak. I don't want to talk to specifics in the bills because that's not my area of expertise. But thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here and being respectful of our time limitations. Thank you. Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just for clarification, when you were introduced, you said you were representing yourself.
I am.
On the written testimony, though, the heading says New Hampshire Healthcare Workers for Climate Action.
We're just a volunteer group.
Are you
I'm a
representing
volunteer.
that?
I'm just a volunteer that happens to be affiliated with the organization. It's a nonprofit group of clinicians who get together, and we want to increase the voice of healthcare workers on climate change and the impact, because while most people accept climate change is real, they don't recognize that it's impacting them today. It's impacting their health.
Thank you for that clarification.
Certainly.
So to clarify Representative Thomas's question, do you represent this group, New Hampshire?
No, I just
Healthcare
put it
Work-
on their letterhead because I just wanted to promote the name of the organization because we're here and we will probably be talking, not just me, but other people. We're just volunteers. No one's paid. So I don't think I'm representing the group. I'm speaking as an individual. Certainly my business background has nothing to do with the organization. It's just I'm unique in healthcare workers to have both backgrounds.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Certainly.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. Based on your business experience, would you agree or not agree that, you know, one of the things that really determines whether businesses are going to invest in anything, a project or a business, really is driven in a large part by their understanding of kind of the economic, environment.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, a lot of businesses make most of their financial decisions based on short-term issues, but we're seeing that change over time because long-term issues are having a greater impact over time. For instance, increase in costs in healthcare is impacting will eventually impact, if it hasn't already, I don't have the data in front of me, healthcare premiums. So that's going to affect everyone. It's going to affect businesses. There are a lot of issues, and so you have to make business decisions not only based on short-term issues, which is what a business or an operation plan does, but also on long-term issues, which is what a strategic plan does. And I liken this plan to a strategic plan. It looks at the longer-term picture, and if we don't start investing now, as Mr. Wharton, I didn't catch his last name, Wharton said previously, we're going to pay later because the cost of mitigation is going to be less in the near term than it will be in the long term. And we will be seeing increased adverse weather events. It's 98% of the world's scientists on this agree on this fact.
Follow up, just a quick follow up. So my point was that that this plan, if this bill passed and if a climate action plan was implemented, would that not provide some better clarity to businesses that are thinking about potentially investing in alternative energy projects?
Absolutely. I mean,
and therefore, help generate that economic activity that we've talked about.
I completely concur with that. I think that if the state is moving in that direction, then businesses are going to be prudent to do the same. Because don't forget, consumers are starting to demand this. There are investment funds out there now that are looking at social issues in terms of making investments. And so some individuals who are taking their hard-earned dollars to invest are looking to invest in companies that have a positive perspective relative to climate change and want to make an impact on that. So that is becoming an issue, and the consumer is making that an issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions.
Thank you for your time.
We appreciate your being here. I'll call next to the testimony table Mr. Ken Wells of Andover, New Hampshire. Former state representative. Welcome, Mr. Wells. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, and thank you, members of the committee, in advance for a few moments of your kind attention. I'm Ken Wells of Andover, New Hampshire. I'd also like to express my thanks to Representative Sulloway of Grafton and Mr. Sinkler and Ms. Whitmer for speaking about some of the challenges that my region of New Hampshire faces as well. House Bill 208 provides climate planning with an eye towards addressing long-range economic and environmental benefits. And those economic benefits include tourism and forestry and quality of life, things that are especially important in our sort of north-central part of New Hampshire. So why does New Hampshire need a plan that HB 208 puts forward? Well, our current 10-year plan is a plan that maintains the fossil fuel status quo, and this accelerates the deleterious economic effects in the portion of the state that's the economic engine for tourism and forestry, the part of the state that we are all from. There's another aspect to this. Recently I spent part of my Tuesday morning reading aloud to 18 four-year-old preschoolers, children's stories about empathy, generosity, and the personal courage to do what's right. Let's talk about HB 208 in the context of generosity and the personal courage to do what's right. There's an ideological school of thought called Austrian capitalism that measures all values and benefits in terms of dollars. Proponents would say that the economic value of the status quo outweighs any future intangible benefits. If you believe that's so, what cash value would you put on our grandchildren's quality of life? New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services projects that by the time those four-year-olds reach my age, the climate of New Hampshire will have changed to resemble that of North Carolina today. Those kids will say, too bad our native species were not resilient enough. Those Carolina species don't grow to maturity, spawn, and reseed fast enough to escape to New Hampshire 800 miles north in just 60 years. There will be a disaster. There will be extinctions. Those kids will blame the boomers. They'll blame the government. They'll look at your voting record. They'll blame you. Do you want that to be your legacy? Show us that you learned the lessons about generosity and personal courage that we try to teach to four-year-olds.
Representative.
In contrast to, yes.
Can I interrupt you for just a second and ask you to speak specifically to how the bill will address the issues that you're
Yes.
talking about. For
I'd be
example,
happy to.
you've just stated in your testimony that New Hampshire's climate in some number of years from now will be like North Carolina's. Well, that's a prediction. But most of the predictions that have been made about climate change in the last 30, 40 years have proved to be incorrect.
I don't believe that's so.
So why don't you try to explain to us how this bill addresses the goals that you want to achieve?
Yeah, specifically on the last page, talking about lines 11 and 12, achieving the greenhouse gas emission goals identified in RSA 125, and protect the safety and health of citizens, the physical environment of the state, the supply of natural resources for future generations. Representative Soloway talked about the ticks and the moose population, about the impacts, the negative impacts on tourist industries like skiing and foliage and things like that. We are already seeing the economic impacts that are damaging New Hampshire's economy. So we need an energy policy that needs to be developed in regard to the short and long-term financial and fiscal responsibilities that we have. We can't just look at the short-term aspect of what it's going to cost us today as opposed to doing nothing. So I think that we need to have a plan. I think that House Bill 208 is a good step in the direction of establishing a plan and a mechanism for making sure that we, the state of New Hampshire, are not a laggard behind the other New England states whose plans include things to control greenhouse gas emissions. We are running out of runway so fast that ideas of some someday technologies that will save us are things that don't meaningfully exist in reality any more than perpetual motion does. And at this very moment, we're hurtling down a dead-end runway on a flightless school bus. And on board are not just our children, but every species on the planet. The status quo is no longer a good option. We need a plan, and that plan needs to it has to have an agreement to get our foot off the accelerator. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have any questions? Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Wells, you've gone over a bunch of potential benefits, but you've gone over no cost to this. What are the costs of this plan?
I think that Mr. Fitzgerald talked about what the staffing costs would be. And until we have a plan, I don't think I could predict what those costs would be. But I know what the costs will be if we do nothing. Things will continue to deteriorate.
Thank you.
So if you were building a house and you went to the builder and you said, please craft a plan for me to build this house, would you not tell him what your budget for the house was? Would you not give him some indication about how much money you could afford to spend?
That budget would also have to include what the performance of the house should be like in the future. And I would, I would budget so that things like insulation to save energy would be included in that, and not simply try to build some box that has the maximum square footage for the cheapest cost. So I don't think that's up to the builder to determine that. That's up to the planner, which would be me, the owner of the house. We are as policymakers own that decision. And you should have a way of planning the future and not just continue with the status quo, because that's the path of least resistance.
So you'd be comfortable with a plan that had...
I'm sorry?
You'd be comfortable with a plan that had an open-ended cost structure?
This bill calls for a mechanism for establishing a plan. It does not establish any sort of things about expenditures in order to, I don't know, build nuclear reactors or windmills or what have you, to reduce greenhouse gases. But this bill talks about establishing a mechanism for making that plan. So it's like engaging the architect, not building the house.
Okay, thank you. Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question here. Knowing our current electrical grid, the way it's powered, the way it's generated, the power is generated, how do you propose that we're going to lower 20% in the next 2 years, actually less than 2 years?
I think that you've answered the question. The way that our grid is currently powered will have to change.
Within 2 years?
I don't know where you get 2 years.
In the bill, it actually states 1A, at least 20% below 1990 level by 2025, which would be 2 years.
Then we better get cracking.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yes, it sounds as if what you're talking about is, let me just make sure I get this correct, a drastic change in the method of producing electricity. If we're going to reduce these greenhouse gases by 20%, we're going to see not only we're not going to have days like we did in January where 40% of our electricity was coming from oil. We're not going to have an average day where 60% is coming from natural gas. So we're going to have to replace them with, I would think, solar and wind. It would be the two major options, since we apparently don't want to build transmission lines from Canada either. What do you see as the pushback from people on, say, if you want to replace a 600 megawatt gas plant, you need about 20,000 acres of solar panels? What 20,000 acres is available in New England to build solar panels on? And where are we going to put up hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of windmills without people saying, I don't want it near me? Because it seems like wherever you propose it, no one wants it. So,
the acreage of solar power to produce 100% of the electricity that the state would require is less than the acreage used for baseball fields. It's not, as far as the eye can see, is what you're sounding like you're imagining. It's less than the rooftops of single-wide motorhomes in New Hampshire. So it's an attainable goal, and I think that there are ways this bill talks about removing some of the impediments to building cleaner energy infrastructure. For example, one of the things that I think that this plan might support would be the removal of the 1 megawatt cap on the size of solar installations. Much as the community power has increased it to 5 megawatts, it would make it a much more economically feasible grid scale thing. But this is getting way ahead of what this bill talks about. This bill talks about creating the mechanism for planning for the future, not the plan.
You need a follow-up, Representative Harrington?
no, all set.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm referring to page 1, lines 8 through 10, where it says New Hampshire will see longer and hotter summers, shorter, warmer winters, and more frequent and more extreme precipitation events, resulting in both increased flooding and drought. In New Hampshire, we build our houses with wood. Wood, obviously, if it's exposed to a lot of moisture, is going to rot. We're also really bad at insulation, so there's a lot of leaking. I'm wondering, energy leaking. I'm wondering if you could speak to the economic impact of climate change on property value.
Well, yes, I can speak a little bit about it. I'm not an expert in real estate, but the longer, hotter summers, are increasing the likelihood of fire, which in our heavily wooded part of New Hampshire is a real concern. The amount of rainfall and things like that, I think are really impacting homeowners that need to go out and expend a serious amount of money to drill a well, because their shallow wells have gone dried. These are shallow wells that in my neighborhood, some of those are 100 years old and have been fine up until now. And so, I think that there are real estate's very complicated. There are other pressures, of course, on that. But I think that climate change is going to impact the sorts of things that make New Hampshire quality of life very good, make New Hampshire a tourist destination, and make New Hampshire a place that people want to buy homes. And that'll have the largest impact, I think, on values of properties.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative, or former Representative Wells, for being here today. We're going to have to move on because we have three more people who would like to testify. And I'll now call on Joseph Kwasnick to testify on behalf of himself. I don't know if he will be testifying on behalf of organizations he represents or just for himself.
I plan to testify for myself. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and this committee, thank you for allowing me the time to testify before you today.
3 minutes, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just to give you a little bit about my background, I've worked in the area of energy and environment for over 40 years, beginning as the Vice President of Environment and Climate Change for National Grid. I've spent 9 years on the New Hampshire Electric Co-op Board, 3 of those years as chairman. And I've also spent 5 years as a senior energy advisor at Ceres Incorporated in Boston. Currently, I'm a member of the management team of the New Hampshire Network for Climate, Energy, and Environment. I'll keep this short. I support this bill because, one, New Hampshire faces an existential threat to the economy and environmental future from global climate change, and this bill provides a path for the state to rationally and economically begin to address that challenge. In July 2022, the New Hampshire Department of Energy released its long-awaited state energy strategy. Unfortunately, the strategy is not actionable, as all of the existed goals, I think there are 10 goals, fail to provide any metrics by which the department or the public can determine achievement of the goals, and the strategy barely mentions climate change. This bill provides actionable and quantifiable goals by specifying greenhouse gas emissions reductions over the next 27 years, including net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. This bill also requires the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services to develop a plan to achieve the emissions reductions. This plan should provide the blueprint so sorely needed in New Hampshire to begin to deal with the climate change challenge. This plan should go far beyond the state energy strategy in delivering needed changes, including the way New Hampshire sources energy, how it plans its transportation future, and modernizes its electric grid. This bill, in concert with another bill in the Senate, Senate Bill 166, an act relative to electric grid modernization, can result in needed modernization of the New Hampshire distribution grid. As we all know, a major source of greenhouse gas emissions is our energy use. Modernization of the New Hampshire distribution grid, and finally, it will provide a much-needed unified approach to meeting the energy efficiency needs of low, moderate income citizens, introducing market-based electric rate structures, including transactive energy techniques and technology, expanding the development of renewable and deployment of renewable energy, electrifying heating and cooling in New Hampshire, and a number of other initiatives within the state. This bill will also provide a needed training for New Hampshire's workforce to meet the technical challenges the state will face as it meets the challenges of climate change. Lastly, this bill will finally begin to reduce our dependence on out-of-state electric generating sources and will keep New Hampshire's hard-earned energy dollars in state rather than continue to send them to corporations outside our borders.
30 seconds.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the bill, and I'm prepared to take questions.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no questions from the committee, we'll move along. Oh, didn't see your hand. Quick question from Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. Have you made your testimony available, and have I missed it, or could you make it available? And could I ask that of the same of the former person that testified
My testimony was submitted electronically this morning.
this morning?
Yes.
That's what we want. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'd like to now call on Dominic Osmond of Manchester, representing 350 New Hampshire. Three minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, my name is Dominic Osmond. I live in Manchester. I am a registered lobbyist here representing 350 New Hampshire. We are a climate justice organization. I am here to speak in support of HB 208, and I strongly recommend that this committee votes in favor of this bill to ensure that New Hampshire is not left behind by neighboring states. As has been mentioned, New Hampshire is operating on a climate action plan that was drafted back in 2009. In the region of New England, the next most recent climate action plan was from 2016, and that was released by Rhode Island. Speaking personally, it does not feel that good to be lagging that far behind, such as Rhode Island and the rest of this region. During this past summer and now during the winter, we have been paying record-breaking utility bills, both for electrical generation as well as natural gas for heating. This increased cost of living has been very difficult to deal with for many families and residents of the state. We cannot remain unprepared in terms of taking advantage of and expanding and cheapening zero-emission energy sources. Failure to do so will hurt New Hampshire working people. What I really see as the biggest benefit of this climate action plan, or the bill suggesting such, is that it will help us prepare for changes that we know will be coming. We can't decide whether or not fossil fuel power generation is going to be phased out in the next 20 years. That is going to be happening by other states, by other corporations, and by other decision makers, and it is incumbent upon us to be prepared for that and not be left behind. I can't tell you the number of people I've spoken to are concerned not only with the long-term impacts of climate change, such as the increased flooding and extreme weather events that have been mentioned previously, but also those increased cost of living, not being able to power and heat homes, as well as being worried about whether or not roads will be able to be passable, whether that be from flooding or from just breaking down and not being updated. For these reasons and many other, I would like to again reiterate my support for this bill and encourage everybody on the committee to vote in favor of setting the greenhouse gas emissions reductions goal, as well as establishing a climate action plan, and perhaps as well amending it to recommend an appropriation for what sounds like a criminally underfunded and understaffed Department of Environmental Services. Thank you very much. This concludes my testimony, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, and I am pleased that you respected our time constraints.
Of course.
Doesn't look like anybody has any questions, so I'll thank you for being here.
Thank you very
and
much.
I'll call on the final testifier on this bill, and that's Meredith Hatfield of the Nature Conservancy. Welcome back, Ms. Hatfield.
Thank you very much, Chairman Vos and members of the committee. I'm going to start my timer, but I know you'll interrupt me if I start to go over. Like many of the prior speakers, the Nature Conservancy strongly supports this bill. And as someone who was able to participate in the 2009 Climate Action Plan process myself, and also TNC had a seat on that body, I can say it really was an amazing opportunity to bring together interests from around the state, including many agencies of state government, from transportation to insurance, and then DES and the energy agencies. It really started to help us get a picture of what we needed to address. And for things like insurance, which are, I'm not an insurance person, but it was fascinating to learn from the New Hampshire Department of Insurance about the things they're thinking about with respect to climate change. We see a strong climate plan as something that can direct investment. It can help us protect our infrastructure. It can help drive innovation. And one area that's particularly of importance for the Nature Conservancy and our partners is the resilience and adaptation piece. We are seeing impacts on the ground every day in our state, and we are working closely with state agencies and with municipalities to help them figure out how do we protect our infrastructure and how do we make smarter investments so that our infrastructure can handle that 100-year flood that is no longer every 100 years, but is happening, every few years in some places. With respect to the funding, as someone who served in state government in several capacities, I certainly can relate to not having resources. We do think that the two pieces of major federal legislation that have passed over the last 18 months, BIL and IRA, as they are known, could have significant potential resources to be able to fund this effort. And I think there are a lot of partners, including possibly the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, who might be willing to put our heads together and come up with the funding necessary for this. Several speakers during your orientation, including all of our utilities, spoke about the need for our state to have a plan. And to me, that is a clear call for this kind of work. You also heard it from the regional grid operator, and we also, I think, heard it from the power generators, that clean energy is the future, and we need to figure out a path to get there that's affordable. With respect to the RSA section of the bill that refers to 37837, my understanding is that is the current statute that guides largely the PUC in ensuring least cost energy planning. And I think, obviously, the sponsors can talk about their goals here, but I think the major changes to add in section C. So this is page 4 of the bill on line 11. So the cost effectiveness, reliability, diversity, safety and health, those requirements are already in that law. And one of the changes this section makes is to add in the greenhouse gas emission goals. One small thing is that there are a few references in this bill to the Office of Strategic Initiatives, which clearly would need to be updated to the Department of Energy. Representative Summers' question about the 20% reduction, because that is a reduction from 1990 levels, I think we're actually doing pretty well there. I think between RGGI and our efficiency programs and some of our other successful policies and programs, I think we might be pretty close to that, but I'm sure DES could answer that more fully.
30 seconds.
I think that was all that I wanted to cover. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming back again. As somebody that's worked in the public policy arena for years, can you speak to the influence that the existence or non-existence of a plan has on just moving people along and encouraging innovation and ways to address a particular problem? And can you comment on how that lack of a plan has really, what influence has that had on how we've been able to address some of the challenges and opportunities in climate change?
Thank you. I think this bill, the structure that this lays out, would be extremely helpful for agencies all across the state. And as I referenced, participating in the 2009 process, breaking down those silos and also seeing all of the interconnected ways that agencies could be working together, whether it's transportation or energy, DES, our business agency. Having that plan and being able to develop it together as a group is extremely helpful on guiding agency work. I do think if the committee is not comfortable moving forward with this bill as currently drafted, I would urge you to retain it and work on it more. If you feel like it needs more work, I think there are a lot of people who would be happy to contribute to that process. And I think there is a famous saying about how if you don't plan, you can't manage what you have. And I think that's certainly the case here.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here to testify on this bill.
Chairman Vos, I'm sorry, I just thought of one other thing. if you don't mind. Representative Thomas referred to the interplay between RSA 378 and then the state energy strategy statute. And I did just want to give you the reference for that. So the state energy strategy is separately required in law under RSA 12P7.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Wendy Thomas actually has a question.
Yeah, can we just clarify that that was Representative Doug Thomas's comment, not mine?
Well done.
Thank you.
Accomplished. Okay, so now we're done. Thank you very much. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 208 and ask Representative Ploget to give us the blue sheet sign-in information on this bill.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 208, the blue sheet was 3 in support, 1 against the bill. Online, in support was 166, and against was 12.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will conclude the morning activity of Science, Technology, and Energy for Monday, the 30th of January. We'll be officially on recess until 1:30, at which time we will take up House Bill 443, establishing a commission to study the withdrawal of New Hampshire from ISO New England. We will see you then. Have a nice lunch. Okay, it is 1:30 according to my whiz-bang gadget here. And so I would like to open the public hearing on House Bill 443, which is a bill establishing a commission to study the withdrawal of New Hampshire from ISO New England. And I would like to call on the primary sponsor of the bill, Representative J.D. Bernardi, to introduce this legislation. Good afternoon, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. As indicated, I'm J.D. Bernardi. I serve the southeast corner of New Hampshire. I come from Southampton. I rise to support House Bill 443, an act establishing a commission to study withdrawal of New Hampshire from ISO New England. So the bill has basically three main components. One, who all the members are. Two, what the task is, which is to enumerate and assess the advantages and disadvantages of withdrawal from ISO New England and becoming an independent grid operator, market administrator, and power system planner. And the third item is to issue a report by the end of the year. Excuse me. So Connecticut and Maine have also conducted similar assessments. I think that gives us a leg up. If we were to do this, we can read their reports and understand what their issues were, particularly, both pros and cons. But I want to turn to my rationale for submitting this bill. First is, in my campaign, one of the key issues that I faced was explaining to constituents why there was skyrocketing costs of electric power. It was a universal issue in almost any door I knocked. Now, if New Hampshire were to be its own ISO group or withdraw, it would get the full benefit of the Seabrook Nuclear Power Station. So you see in one of these handouts I have here, what's the peak power in New Hampshire? It's a little over 2,000 or 2,100 megawatts. What does Seabrook produce? About 1,200. So that's about 60% of the power for New Hampshire. Similarly, we have hydro that we share with Vermont. We have half of that and a lot of small-scale hydro. So there's an opportunity to substantially reduce the costs of power to New Hampshire because we have good base load that would cover most of our cost. Second reason, virtually all the new capacity being considered by ISO New England is all renewables. And as they indicated in their report to us, it would require fast responding sources like grid scale energy resources to balance the variability of renewables, meaning renewables are not reliable power for us. If you look at, again, this sheet which I handed out, it has their projected new power sources. You see 60% wind, 21% batteries, 15% solar. So as I indicated, virtually all is renewable based. The massive batteries currently do not exist. And if they existed, would only supply 4 hours of power. ISO's 2050 study says fossil fuel units will be necessary for energy balance, meaning that if we're going to have reliable power, we have to build twice. We got to build the renewables, and then we have to build a reliable fossil fuel source to supply power. Paths between North and South New England would need significant upgrades to transfer surplus generation in Northern New England to generation in Southern New England. Meaning, although Mass and Connecticut have large wind and solar projects, they will be inadequate, or as noted, drop off before construction, as ISO has pointed out in their presentation to us last week. So they will look to northern New England to fill the void. What we're seeing is cost shifting from those states that are heavily relying on building out renewables from Mass, Connecticut, Rhode Island to the ratepayers of New Hampshire. Again, going back to my very first point, why did I propose this study? Because costs are going out of control. So I earnestly request your attention to at least study the prospect of whether New Hampshire has advantages or as well as disadvantages of dropping out of ISO New England and becoming an independent operator. With that, I'm open for questions. I might add that the quotes that I mentioned about ISO New England's concerns for the future are found on page 17 of the presentation they gave us.
Okay, well, thank you for that excuse me, that bill introduction. And Representative Notter would like to ask you a question.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I'm a little confused, so you're going to have to help me out here. Because ISO New England, we've been there. It's like NORAD from that movie in the 80s. If we're not on that grid, then where will our grid be?
It would be run out of New Hampshire. So probably the most logical station would be where Eversource operates out of. They cover most of New Hampshire, and they have all the interconnections with the other utilities there as well. But it would be obviously a cost to create a New Hampshire owned, New Hampshire operated station.
Follow up?
But would the cost benefit ratio be in our favor?
That's why I asked for the study commission. What are the pros? What are the cons? I don't know the answer to that.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned a lot about Seabrook Station, so I have a couple of concerns with that. First of all, obviously, it doesn't run all the time, so it's got a capacity factor in the low 90s, so it would be out. We'd have to replace that power, I assume. But you would say it would stay in New Hampshire. Right now, Seabrook has contracts with out-of-state energy suppliers down in Connecticut, for example. Would you somehow void those contracts and make Seabrook only sell their power in New Hampshire, or would they be free to sell it wherever they sought fit to see it like they do now?
I'm presuming that would be one of the issues studied by the commission, and I'm presuming that if they said, oh, it makes sense to do this, then the legislative solution would be to create a New Hampshire-focused ISO that said New Hampshire producers must sell first to New Hampshire. Any excess could go out. But I don't know. That's just...
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah. Have you looked into what the legal requirements are? I mean, it's just, I don't think it's a matter of simply New Hampshire announcing to the rest of New England, we're leaving, because obviously it has huge ramifications on the other states. So we're generally an exporter of power. We produce more than we consume, that is. So is there any legal requirements that, could Massachusetts block this? Would they take us to court? Or what is the commitment that New Hampshire made to become part of ISO New England, and what would be how would they get out of that?
Well, the ISO structure is regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC. So, if we wanted to become independent, we're going to have to comply with whatever those laws are. And I'm sure our neighbors, when they see they're going to end up paying more for their power and their decisions on how they want their power generated, would sue us. Yes, we are a net power producer and a net cheaper power producer.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. This is a similar question in terms of the FERC. Any withdrawal that our utilities decided to do would have to be approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And since their main interest is ensuring regional grid stability of transmission, And by withdrawing from the ISO, we would be blowing a big hole in the regional power system. How do you, just two questions, how do you foresee them ever allowing us to leave? And if they didn't allow us to leave, would the scope of your study commission include disentangling ourselves from federal regulations and, you know, of the entity that we call the United States?
I don't think we're going to disentangle from the United States over energy. What the legal ramifications are of disentangling from FERC or changing jurisdictional boundaries of an ISO grid area, those are interesting legal questions, and that's why we need a study commission to do this. This is a bigger question than us just sitting down here and saying, oh, the pros and cons of this are, and let's do it. We need a study commission to evaluate those pros and cons.
Follow up?
You know, I'm assuming you have a theory of the case, though, for how this would lead to any benefits for New Hampshire ratepayers, considering that, you know, we really don't own Seabrook or the Schiller Power Station. Those are private companies that enter into contracts on their own behalf, and we could, unless we seceded from the United States and nationalized those assets, we can't tell them what to do.
No,
So what is your theory of the case? How would we be able to provide lower rates for New Hampshire ratepayers, given that, you know, the administration and the regulation and all those services we would have to provide ourselves?
All the power producers in the region are privately owned. None of well, there's a few in Vermont that are publicly owned because they didn't totally sign on to a entirely private power production plan. But all the states are that way. So we share power production between all those states. So if we would become our own entity, then we would share that power production in New Hampshire, and the other 5 states would share their power production. It's just simply dividing the pie up that way.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more of a housekeeping one here. On your commission, I noticed you didn't include the consumer advocate on here. I don't think I saw it. And
I
also,
believe he's there.
Oh, maybe I missed it. But on the 4 House of Representatives, would you succumb to a suggestion that at least 2 of them should be coming from the Science and Tech Committee?
I'm open to that amendment.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for introducing this bill. You mentioned that Maine and Connecticut had done similar assessments. Do you know what their recommendation or what their conclusions were?
They, in the end, decided not to move forward, and I do not know the full rationale why. Neither of them are net power producers like New Hampshire, and that may be one of the key reasons. They would have to rely on still getting power from externalities.
Representative Wendy? No. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I understood. I understood. Okay, seeing no more questions from the committee, we thank you, Representative Bernardi, for introducing the bill. And
Thank
we
you.
will now call on Josh Elliott, representing the Department of Energy, for his testimony on House Bill 443. Welcome back, Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs, the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I know I pale in comparison to Mr. Rober, so I will do my best to fill his seat while he's tied up with other things today. So the department is neutral on this bill. We did want to highlight a couple of things. As the prime sponsor had mentioned, both Connecticut and Maine have looked at this through various studies. Certainly substantive studies. In Maine's case, it was a 2-year process. Consultants were engaged, et cetera. So it was a very thorough process. Connecticut went through a similar, that was back in 2007, 2008. Connecticut did this a little bit more recently in 2020, did an analysis a little bit on the shorter side, and I can get all these documents to the committee as well so they can review them at their leisure. They're quite large, so I didn't bring copies with me here today. In anticipation of some of the questions, at least Connecticut's, there were certainly legal issues, whether it's other states would be suing if another state left, what happens to either investments that have been made as sort of a regional grid, any of the sort of the recovery as long as for investments that are made in other states. For example, if, as a portion of a project that was done in New Hampshire, Connecticut ratepayers as being part of ISO New England paid for a portion of that project, et cetera. So there's lots of other legal questions that haven't necessarily been adjudicated in a court of law or sort of make their way up, whether it's at FERC, whether it's regular a U.S. district court, et cetera. So I guess there is, if the committee does decide to move forward with such a commission, to realize that there's certain limitations. Again, those other two reports engaged with consultants. It was a very long process because these are not, they're particularly complex issues when you're dealing with ISO New England, both federal law as well as things that are within FERC's jurisdiction. So if you decide to move forward, again, that is structured. You could just do sort of a review by the folks who are named here. It would certainly be a little bit more limited in scope. Could certainly get opinions from sort of outside entities as what the answer may be on some of those things, but you may get conflicting information just because it's not a settled issue. With that, I am happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. We appreciate the department being here to testify on this bill. I have a quick question before I recognize Representative Doug Thomas, and that is, you said that Maine had done a study and it had covered a 2-year time span and they required some consultants. If we were to set up a similar commission or a commission, should there be an appropriation of monies to hire consultants? Would that be a valuable addition to the bill?
I think if you really wanted to get to the answers I believe the prime sponsor is intending to answer, I think that would probably be the best approach to get a substantive product at the end.
Thank you. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I'm sure this would be answered in the course of the commission if we had one, but I'll ask you, should we separate from the grid? Would that mean that any transmission projects that we would have to build in the state would be fully paid for by just the state of New Hampshire?
I am not a legal expert, but considering that the only ratepayers at disposal in order to fund those projects would be New Hampshire ratepayers, if we were a separate ISO, I would assume yes.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the Maine study that took place over 2 years. Can you just briefly give us what was the conclusion of that study?
So there are, it was actually done by the Maine Public Utilities Commission, so it done over 2 years. I am actually waiting on the hard copies from the Maine PUC to actually get him to be able to dig into the study. There are references in news articles if you're looking around on the internet to find it. I think a lot of the discussions were around the complexities of actually sort of disentangling. They had two options to look at, whether to set up their own ISO within Maine or to join with New Brunswick and the other maritime provinces in a grid. So sort of the discussion was a little bit different, so it was geared a little bit differently, and just in terms of you're adding an international dynamic to the discussion as well.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But the conclusion was that it was not in the best interest of Maine to go forward with it?
I believe that was the conclusion. Again, I haven't read the full report myself, so I don't want to put words in the report's mouth that aren't actually there.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming back today. When I first read this bill, the one word that came to my mind right away was Texas, and the situation that they had a year and a half ago. Would if we were to separate from ISO, would that put us in a similar situation to Texas where we're entirely reliant on our own resources and not able to get power from outside the state?
I think the state would benefit from having the existing infrastructure that currently exists today and being able to move power back and forth, whether it's you're going through another sort of regulatory entity in between ISO New England and, in theory, New Hampshire. That is to say, I don't know. I imagine we're not deconstructing any of the existing infrastructure, so we'd still be able to be able to use that. To what extent we would be able to use it, and at what cost, if we were a separate ISO, I don't know.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like some clarification, please. If New Hampshire left the energy grid and I'm an energy generator, does this dictate who I could sell my product to?
I don't believe so, because those generators have existing contracts. Either, I think someone had mentioned with Seabrook having contracts with Connecticut, as well as if they have contracts with other either utilities or other entities for electricity. I don't think this would in any way void them. Again, I am not a contracts expert or an attorney, but I can't imagine that being in a separate grid would void those contracts in any way. But I don't know that to be certain.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So does this mean that even if we left the grid, I could, if I chose to, I could still benefit from the grid?
You would still,
as far as selling my product.
Oh, as far as selling your product,
Yeah.
yes. If you are a generator, say in New Hampshire, and you decide to bid in for default service out of a utility in Massachusetts, yes, you would still be able to do that. Now, what those tariffs look like for using other infrastructure, I don't know, because then it would depend on what ISO New England would do sort of in response in terms of power moving back and forth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little surprised to hear that DOE is neutral on this bill. Is that because you actually weighed pros and cons and just couldn't conclude, or is it that DOE really wishes to not weigh in?
I would say, generally speaking, when it comes to study committees and commissions, usually the department doesn't take a position one way or the other. If it's something that the legislature wishes to look at, we don't really think it's the department's business to tell you whether or not you should look at a topic.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you. This is a follow-up on Representative Doug Thomas's question about paying for transmission costs. So do the other states help us pay for our transmission costs now, or is it the other way around? And I have a follow-up.
Yes. So think of it sort of like maybe this isn't the best committee, but the highway fund, right? If I'm going and paying for gas here in Concord, a portion of that, we'll go to pay repave a road up in Pittsburgh, even though I've never driven on Route 3 in Pittsburgh yet. My road toll revenue goes to help pay for those roads, not just the roads that I in particular use. So it's the same sort of basic concept. However, the way that it's allocated among all of the states, in terms of if there's a large project being done that falls within those jurisdictions for interstate, as part of ISO New England is a larger transmission project or a larger reliability project, costs are allocated by a percentage of the state's load in the New England grid. So, for example, New Hampshire accounts for roughly depending on when you count, between 9 and 10% of the load of all of New England as a whole. Therefore, New Hampshire ratepayers' share of any of those large transmission projects come to 9 or 10% of whatever that total project is.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
So I was wondering if it was if it's all fair and even, or is New Hampshire the cash cow right now for ISO New England?
Yeah, so it's all based on whatever the percentage of electricity usage or load that is, electricity that is consumed by each of the states. So it's basically, if we account for about 10% of it, we have to pay in. New Hampshire ratepayers are responsible for 10% of whatever the cost is, even if it's a project that's in Connecticut or Rhode Island, Vermont, or Maine.
Okay, Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As somebody who does strategy planning for the state, you mentioned that the transmission infrastructure at the present seems pretty decent for us. and I'm assuming the generation capacities, you would say the same thing. But what about 10 years down the road? The fuel mix is changing, the generation mix is changing, the transmission needs will change. Wouldn't it be wiser to be able to cast from a wider net of resources rather than restrict ourselves to what we can produce and what we can do in the state? And that's for everything from raising money to pay for projects, to generating, to transmitting, to administering, to marketing, to procuring. Wouldn't it be wiser to rely on a wider network?
Trying to think of how to answer that. As being part of a larger entity, there are certainly, pluses and minuses of being able to sort of have those economies of scale that you mentioned. Certainly, ISO New England is looking at a variety of different things. I know they came and presented a few weeks ago here. Certainly transmission is one of those things. We have a pretty reliable transmission infrastructure, and that's from having made large investments over the last 10 or 15 years into that network. That's probably only going to grow as we further incorporate renewable technologies into the grid. Based on, they're very site specific. You can't just drop, solar panels anywhere in particular or wind turbines. They have to be, you have to want to put them in places where they have the best capacity factors. So with that, you would have the additional transmission capacity that would be needed to move that generation supply to where the demand is. So I suppose that's a very roundabout way of not really answering your question, but.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony here this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll now move to the last person who has signed up to testify. And I'll alert anybody sitting out there that if you want to testify, I need to see a pink card from you, please. But in any case, right now we will hear from Mr. William Hall, who's from Durham. Welcome, Bill Hall.
Thank you, Chairman Voss. I saw this and it kind of scared me. I'll tell you why. We recently had a proposal here before you that's been discussed this year where they wanted to outsource emissions legislation to California, bypassing the emissions bypassing the legislative processes here when changes happen in California. I wasn't very impressed with that. The New Hampshire House chose to bankrupt the power company to stop Seabrook. When you have the people that want to do that sort of thing, that cost the stockholders, the ratepayers over $2,000 a person, a couple of $1 million, just so that you can play Jane Fonda and stop a nuke plant. They stopped one, but they didn't stop the other. So when you have mischief people like that in your system, I get very nervous. We had a proposal to bring down clean hydro transmission, electrical transmission from Canada. That was opposed by one of the parties, and one of the candidates for governor was stopped. I know that a firm in Boston that was hired to evaluate the what it would do to the property values. Their initial report said nothing, and all of a sudden the contract was unfunded and died. Maura Healey, in her ads, said that she'd stopped 2 pipelines. Okay, that's why electricity costs us 30 cents a kilowatt now. That's one of the reasons. Our delegation to Washington didn't choose to back up our governor. What?
Whoops, I forgot to press my button. If I could just interrupt you for a second. We don't typically name individuals
sorry.
in this committee when we entertain testimony.
All right. Our delegation to Washington chose not to back our governor and the other 5 governors in New England to in their letter from last July saying how we could avoid this price increase and what we had to do and do it quickly. The subsequent letter from the Energy Secretary said we're on our own, and then the head of Eversource for New England wrote a very good letter with a number of bullet items on it about what we could do to keep our power, our costs down. And once again, that letter has not been supported, in my opinion, politically, other than the governor, as to trying to implement those things. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't seen that letter, it's 3 pages and half a page of circulation. The only way that we're going to move forward and have clean, renewable power is with either hydro or nuclear. And at the rate we're going, we're not going to get another nuclear plant. We've got 100 nuclear plants that are going to go offline in the next few years, and this country needs about 200, so we should start building them right away. I'm opposed to this because I think that there are other things we could be doing that would be far more productive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Hall? Seeing none, thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone in the assembled audience that would like to speak to this bill? Apparently not. Looks like I have badly underestimated the amount of reaction that this bill generate. I expected we'd hear something from the utilities, but apparently not. So we now find ourselves with a lot of time to kill between now and the time of the next public hearing at 3 o'clock. So it looks like we're going to get some unexpected vacation time. And so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 443 and ask Tom Ploget to tell us what the blue sheet recommendations are.
Thank you. On House Bill 443, the blue sheet was 1 in favor, 2 against. On line 4 in favor, 44 against.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess you'll have to entertain yourselves for the next 55 minutes, and we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. sorry for the delay, but it is now 3 o'clock, according to my whiz-bang device here. So I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 630, establishing a revolving clean energy accelerator fund in the Department of Energy, and called the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Rebecca McWilliams, to introduce the bill. Representative McWilliams. We just introduced you, Representative. The floor is yours. While Ms. McWilliams is getting ready, I'll remind everyone here that if you want to talk about this bill to the committee, we ask that you fill out a pink card and submit it to us as soon as possible. Thank you very much. And with that, Representative McWilliams is now ready and will introduce this legislation.
Thank you, Chair Vose, colleagues on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. For the record, my name is Rebecca McWilliams. I'm a state rep for South Concord, wards 5, 6, 7, 8. It's my pleasure to join you. It's been a pleasure to be with you all day today. So let's talk about the big numbers. The big number, 27 billion, $27 billion committed by the Fed. So those are our tax dollars that went from New Hampshire and all the tax dollars from everyone else and all the states paying taxes to the Fed. And we sure would like to get some of that 27 billion back here in order to do good things with it. So let me pull up a little bit more about what's going on. All right, so this bill, House Bill 630, is a revolving energy fund, also known as a green bank. The terms are used somewhat interchangeably, so when I say green bank, I'm also saying revolving clean energy fund, just to be very clear, because the funding from the Fed is specific to green banks, and that's what we're trying to do with this bill. Currently, there are 23 green banks in the United States, although more are being created. These are all members of the American Green Bank Consortium. It's a program of the Coalition for Green Capital, which creates and supports green banks, leading to charge and create a national green bank. Green banks have mobilized $9 billion with a B dollars in overall green investment over the past 10 years, using only $2 billion in public funds. So you're seeing that's a significant return on investment. You start with $2 billion and you turn it into $9 billion in terms of projects completed. Green banks are mission driven. So despite the name bank in the title, Green Bank, they don't take deposits. So you can't decide to get a debit card and create a checking account and join the Green Bank as an individual. They function like loan or investment funds. So they use all kinds of financial tools. They differ in governance from state to state. Some are fully public, some are quasi-public, right? PPP, public-private partnership. We really like doing those around here. And some are fully independent with no government oversight or ties to the state. So the goal of Green Bank is to be financially sustainable, but they're not about maximizing profit, they are mission driven. So how does the IRA support green banks? We're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, all that federal money, $27 billion. They've made two buckets. The first bucket is a grant program for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, GHGRF, that allocates $27 billion to the EPA to make grants. $7 billion, this is the small bucket, is accessible directly to cities and states. So your municipality or the state of New Hampshire can provide financial support to do zero emissions technologies to low income and disadvantaged areas. Then 20 billion, big bucket, is accessible to nonprofit entities that have the qualities of a green bank, which obviously the Inflation Reduction Act has a lot of checklist criteria on that. So recipients of the 20 billion must engage in both direct investment in projects and indirect investment in state and local institutions that are doing mission-aligned work at the state, local, and national levels. So really what I've created in this legislation is a vehicle to receive funding in the form of monies from the Fed as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. You're going to hear from people after me who have very specific nuances they'd like to change with this bill. I am completely open to amending this bill to make it work for our state. My goal is to make sure that this money comes back to New Hampshire and that we don't allow it to go to some other state instead. We lose the monies that New Hampshire taxpayers have given to the Fed, and so we don't get them back. My goal here is to create that vessel to receive the money. And so certainly if we need to talk about hosting it in a different agency or department that's not the Department of Energy, I'm open to that. If we need to talk about specific financial vehicles for how this works with our local banking institutions, I'm open to that. And if we need to talk about specific targets and goals that the state would like to have to earmark the funds in regards to what the Fed wants us to do and what we as a state want to do in terms of our long-term planning, I'm open to that as well. So really, this is a present wrapped up. And it's going to get lots of money in it if we can figure out how to work together and make it work for the state. So I'm happy to take questions about this. And I know there are quite a few other folks who'd like to testify after me.
Okay, thank you, Representative McWilliams, for introducing this bill. Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm sure others may be able to explain this later on, but I'm a little bit confused. Am I to understand that this bill basically just says, let's establish a bank without any limits, rules, any mission, any degree of direction? You're basically saying, let's do something, let's put it into law, and then let's decide what to do with it? That's kind of what I'm hearing when you say that you're open to, that this is open to anything you want to do with it. I'm kind of confused about that. Can you expand on that?
Thank you, Representative Doug Thomas. I'm sorry if you're confused. Let me tone it back a little bit because I get so excited about getting money back for New Hampshire. This is exciting to me. Let's say that within the criteria of the Inflation Reduction Act, there are certain check boxes that we must check in order to receive the funds, right? No federal funds come without strings attached. So if we can check the boxes, then we still have latitude as a state to have priorities and determine exactly how the money is spent. That probably could be part of legislation, but also if we are setting this up as a revolving fund, our priorities as legislators can be much more general. They don't have to be super specific if we choose not to do that. So when I speak in broad terms, what I'm saying is we can give a high-level direction and then allow the implementing agency or authority to decide exactly how that plays out over the years with the fund, because there will be changes. Obviously, we've seen technology is changing every year. So really the goal here is to create a bucket to receive funds that meet the check boxes of the Fed, while still allowing New Hampshire to make up our mind about what our priorities are within the constraints of the program.
Thank you. If you had led with that, that would be much more easier to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Representative McWilliams, can you explain why we have to set up a separate new entity of whatever flavor, wherever it's going to go? Why can't any monies for discrete defined purposes be deposited in an established financial institution that has all the appropriate controls and structure already? Why can't we use a regular bank or regular savings and loan or whatever?
So to be clear, the term green quote unquote bank is not really a bank. It's an administered loan fund. So there's a slight difference in how it actually comes to play in action. We do have some nonprofits capable of administering funds for loans here in New Hampshire who could potentially be the host for a program like this. So I'm kind of trying to come across as agnostic as to who administers, but it still needs to meet the check boxes required by the Fed. So it's not the kind of bank that you and I can put our money in and expect a return on investment. It's the kind of bank that receives money from the Fed and administers loans across the entire state for specific projects.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So to be clear, a regular bank, a regular savings and loan, a regular credit union does not have the capability of taking on this function.
So I'm hesitant to say no to your question, Representative Bernardi, because I think there may be a way to work that out, but I'm not the person with that level of knowledge right now to be able to give you an exact answer. I think you probably want to save that question for someone after me.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And actually, you explained this pretty well. I understand from what I understand, where it says the department shall administer. I'm guessing, way I take it, you're talking about the Department of Energy is going to administrate it. And I guess the main question I have is the divvying up of funds. You have a bunch of different projects listed here. Is it spread out equally among each one of these? How do you define who gets what? And is it completely up to the Department of Energy if somebody gets all of it or none of it or such?
So there are strings attached from the Fed in terms of who gets what money, but I don't have the nuances to exactly how the split is split out. I will tell you with full disclosure that this bill is borrowed from the state of Maine. And so that was sort of a first blush, first draft. Here's an idea for how it could be split out, but New Hampshire doesn't have to do exactly what Maine did.
Follow up.
Thank you. And also, if a new project wants to be added, or if one needs more money, will there need to be a ask for an increase for more funding for one of these projects?
So once again, that's sort of an administrative question, and I'm so glad you're asking this, Representative Summers. Usually the way this happens is with a grant, you are awarded a grant based on your competitive application, and you just get those funds in that bucket. So coming back and asking for a second wave generally doesn't happen. Obviously, if it's a super huge project and you've got all kinds of media attention, and it's the sort of project that most of us in this room might want to see happen, sometimes you find a way to find some more funds. But I would say generally for the projects that we're discussing that these funds could be used for, it's a one-time application with grant funding for that project. It's a loan, and it is paid back so that future applicants can then get a loan the next year and the following year.
Okay, I have a couple of questions before I go to Representative Wendy Thomas. On page 3, line 10, the proposed legislation talks about driving capital into market gaps for goods and services. Can you define what those market gaps are?
Just 1 second, let me catch up with you.
Page 3, line 10.
Okay, here we go. Clean Energy Accelerator Fund is hereby established as a dedicated specialized finance program designed to drive private capital into market gaps for goods and services, producing low or zero greenhouse gas emissions, and use finance tools to mitigate climate change that is funded by government, public, private, or charitable contributions, invest in or finances projects alone, or in conjunction with other investors. So market gaps right now, I would say we've had quite a bit of discussion in this group about EV charging stations. I would consider that right now to be something that New Hampshire is lagging in and could potentially be seen as a market gap just ripe for some kind of outside capital.
Okay, thank you. As a follow-up, I would ask on line 15 of the same page, page 3, line 15, it talks about the rapid deployment of mature technologies. Would that include nuclear technologies?
I don't see why it wouldn't, but I'd have to look at the IRA's criteria. I don't have a no off the top of my head, but I would say nuclear is a mature technology. And so potentially funds could be directed to that as long as the IRA doesn't say no.
Okay, thank you. And then if you flip over to page 4, line 1, talks about private capital markets with respect to investing in greenhouse gas reduction projects. Are those the only kind of projects that these funds could be used for? It's greenhouse gas reduction projects?
So once again, we're talking about receiving federal funds with strings attached. So there is quite a bit of greenhouse gas reduction language in the GHGRF from the IRA. I guess I would have to hear exactly what you're considering that might be a project worthy of funding through this renewable fund that doesn't include some kind of greenhouse gas reduction.
Okay, so basically your answer is federal fund strings attached? Okay,
I think so from their
Okay.
GHGRF.
all right, thank you, that's good. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, you mentioned commercial and municipalities having access to these funds. Anything for residential?
So Representative Wendy Thomas, can you just clarify, I'm sorry, when you say anything for residential, do you mean someone who manages many units or do you mean an individual homeowner?
I would think more of multifamily, multiple units.
So
But that would be considered commercial.
commercial, right, yes.
So this isn't down to the nuclear level of residential.
This is not. This is a
Okay.
much higher level. So if the municipality were to take on some kind of a large project that's energy efficiency or solar for rooftops or whatever that municipality decides to sign up for to use the funds, it could be funneled towards single family or multi-unit residential from my reading. But I also don't think it's really intended to just
Okay.
benefit individual homeowners.
Okay, and I have a follow-up.
Follow-up?
So if this vehicle is not set up to receive this money, do we lose the money?
That's a great question. It will be very difficult for a different entity to step up without the state's backing. So my understanding is that states that have green banks can influence the decisions as to how the money is made because the state is part of that. States without green banks defer responsibility for administering the funds to nonprofit and not-for-profit financing institutions. So it is still possible, but in terms of actually having someone in the room where it happens, I think we want New Hampshire to be involved.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Getting back to nuclear, with the terms there, it was mature technology. Now, obviously, we have mature technologies in nuclear, such as, Seabrook Station, which has been operating for a long time. But I don't know of anybody who's planning on even remotely looking into building something like that again. So would this cover the new, maybe not so mature nuclear technologies, such as SMRs, with small modular reactors, which are more than likely going to be what the next generation of nuclear reactors would be? They're going to be different than the standard light water reactors. So would they be covered because they're not so mature?
Representative Harrington, I think that's an excellent question. I would probably defer to federal guidelines to answer it, but I'm hopeful because I do think that that is the wave of nuclear future, and we have some potential in Seabrook for that.
Representative Jack has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Are you aware of any other situation where the federal government grants monies in this quantity to a commercial bank to administer as opposed to a state?
Representative Jack, I'm not aware of it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm just not aware of it.
Okay, seeing no further questions from the committee, I thank Representative McWilliams. Whoops, I guess there was one more. Well, late hand. A
Very
delayed
late hand.
request.
Thank you for my question, Chair.
Representative Partial has a question.
Yes, I keep on hearing this referred to as a green bank, understanding the DOE refers to it as much, but in fact, it's more of a dedicated accelerator fund that would sit inside of the Department of Energy for them to administer. Is that better? Is that
Thank you for the
perhaps
clarification
could, or
question,
could,
Representative
yeah, that's what
Marshall.
could you clarify?
So I started out this presentation by saying I'm open to it being hosted in a different department if Department of Energy doesn't feel that numbers and math and specifically money is their thing. That's okay. We have other state authorities who may be a better match. But certainly that's the intention as it was drafted based on the main model.
Thank you. That's-
Okay. So would you be open to a potential amendment to the bill that opens it up to, for example, the New Hampshire, there is another revolving loan fund administrator within New Hampshire government. I've forgotten the name of the department that administers it right now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions from the committee, we'll thank Representative McWilliams for introducing this bill. And next I will call to the testimony table Mr. Josh Elliott from the Department of Energy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs, the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. I think Representative McWilliams laid out a good presentation in terms of the source of funds, the IRA, administered by the EPA, that make these funds available on a competitive basis. So New Hampshire, whatever entity the committee decides should be the best entity to receive these funds, would have to file an application. There's no guarantee that the funds would be awarded to the state. Obviously, it depends on the value of the application that is submitted. So I just want to make sure that it's clear. Remembering back to my presentation talking about formula grants versus competitive, this would fall into the competitive category. The department just, again, we're neutral. If the committee decides we're the best agency to run these funds, you tell us to jump, we ask how high. Just a couple of things for consideration as if you decide to move forward this bill in its current form. I will note on page 4, lines 25 to 26, where it goes through, talks about sustaining operations, the department shall manage revenue from financing fees, interest, repaid loans, and other types of funding. Just would want to make it clear that if awarded these funds, that the department could pay for staff up front before the loans are actually administered. It's probably enough of a stretch from a legal standpoint to say that other funds would count, but just to make it clear that the department could actually pay for folks before loan repayments start coming back into the fund. There is a question, and I don't know, and again, the bill is written broadly enough that I don't know if this would come up, but on the off chance, the EPA is currently going through their process to come up with the guidelines for how these funds will be administered. I believe they're still in what's called the RFI phase, or request for information. Essentially, they're seeking input from other entities, whether it's other states, whether it's other stakeholders sort of in the process, existing green banks, about what these funds should look like, what the process should look like, what the applications should look like, what they should be considered when they're looking at awarding funds. So if the state is more strict than whatever those guidelines come from the federal government, then there's really no issue in implementation. But if for some reason the EPA says we must do X, or we must allow this sort of, projects are eligible, and the state law is structured in such a way that it doesn't allow us to do that, there's a question about, okay, if the federal government, who is who basically tells us what we can and can't do with these funds, is saying you must do this, and the state law is saying, well, you can't do that. Just if there's some mechanism there. And again, I don't know, there's nothing obvious in the bill of where I could say, oh, that's probably going to be an issue with this particular provision, but just in general, something to think about to make sure if there's some sort of conflict, how that is dealt with, just to make sure the department isn't hamstrung of trying to figure out, do we violate federal law or state law? Back on page 4, Roman 8, so it's lines 22. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Romans 7, excuse me. Lines 16 through 21, where it has the following provisions shall govern the fund's project prioritization requirements. And it's talk about A, which has the mitigation and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and then B, which is the requirement that 40% of the investment activity directed to serve vulnerable communities, which is defined elsewhere in the bill. Additional direction would be helpful, just in terms of what happens if we're in a situation of where the department is seeing sort of a batch of loans come in for projects, one that would dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. However, you could make an argument that the benefits largely accrue to communities that don't fit the profile of the 40%, or if we're looking at a bunch of projects asking for financing that meet all the 40%. That are all targeted towards vulnerable communities, but the greenhouse gas emissions that would be realized from such a project are less than those that would be in a non-vulnerable community. So just a sense of balance of how you'd want a department to take a look at those, balancing those two priorities if for some reason there's a conflict. I read that section is to mean, rather than sort of a year by year basis, it is a sort of over the, the administration of a fund for sort of the duration that you try to match to make sure that there's, that you hit that 40%, but it would be not in any particular given year, it must be 40%. So again, just for consideration for additional legislative direction on that would be helpful. The last piece, and I know there was some discussion about this earlier, I don't see any provision in here for whatever reason that if the state were to apply for these funds and say, rather than, out of the $27 billion, for example, they decide, okay, New Hampshire, you're going to get $1 million. To hire staff to administer a revolving loan fund of just $1 million. I know it's a big number, but in terms of state agencies, it's not a lot of money to be managing. It would make more sense on that basis to contract that out with a third party. Whether it's, for example, we have a couple of small funds that we have contracts with the Community Development Finance Authority, or the CDFA, who manages those on a revolving loan basis. That would be similar to these projects here. But at $1 million, for example, it would make more sense for the department to go out and contract with some other entity, such as, again, the Community Development Finance Authority, or perhaps the Business Finance Authority, depending on which entity was probably better suited. And again, the department would go through the regular RFP process to determine what kind of entity would be the best one to receive those state funds. So those are really the only things, just in terms of purely the administrative portion of, okay, how does the department actually act on these if we get the funds, just to make sure, there are plenty of times just on the programmatic side of where clear legislative direction, rather than letting the department try to figure out, okay, well, what did the legislature mean by this? And do they really mean that, or should we do this? So I always appreciate clear legislative direction when it comes up to these issues. So with that, I will stop talking, and Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Some very good suggestions and reactions to this bill. We appreciate that. Representative Corman has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Elliott. When you talked about page 4, lines 25 and 26, I'm afraid I just didn't really understand what you were telling us. Can you clarify that, please?
Oh, sure. So on lines 25 and 26, so it's under Roman 8, which starts on line 22, which is the provisions that govern the administration of the fund. So really that subsection B there, lines 25 and 26, to sustain operations, the department shall manage revenue. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Where am I looking here? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, to sustain operations, the department shall manage revenue from financing fees, interest, repaid loans, and other types of funding. So essentially, I would just, I should say not I personally, but the department would wish to see clear language that would allow the funding of staff from the original capitalization from the fund, because that would give us the staff in order to actually do the initial round of loan awards, and especially depending on the terms of the loans, those repayments may not be coming in immediately, so there would be some lag time before revenue is received back into the fund. So just want to make it clear that the department could use some of those funds up front to pay for staff to set up the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for being here. I want to follow up on a question that Representative Bernardi asked asked Representative McWilliams when she introduced the bill, concerning whether or not this money could be given to a private financial institution. I'm assuming, and I don't know if you can comment on this, but I'm assuming that that would not be possible because the federal government would not allow that. That one of the provisions of the program is that it has to go to a state agency.
So it doesn't necessarily, so usually how it, sorry, thank you for the question. Generally speaking, a lot of these programs, whether it's this one or other ones, there are what they called eligible entities who are allowed to apply for these funds. I am trying to recall off the top of my head, I don't believe private banks or other sort of institutions are listed as eligible entities. It's usually state agencies, existing green banks. I believe there's a provision for certain nonprofits. So in this case, it would be organizations like Community Development Finance Authority or the Business Finance Authority. Or sort of other entities that like that. Again, I'm trying to recall off the top of my head, but I don't believe private entities, sort of like a bank or some other entity, would be eligible.
Quick follow-up. So you mentioned the Community Finance Development Authority. I'm a little bit familiar with that organization. Could they administer this type of program, or would there have to be some change in their charter?
I don't want to, thank you for the question. I don't want to speak on behalf of the Community Development Finance Authority or other sort of similar organizations. I don't believe there would be any restriction, but again, I don't know the terms that govern their organization.
Thank you. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Getting back to the middle of page 4 there on section 7, so it gives me line 18. It talks about the department shall maximize the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in the state for every dollar deployed by the fund. That seems to me to be an absolute statement that would be difficult to comply with, because as soon as you come up with one idea that says, these of all the ideas we see, this will give us the maximum a reduction in greenhouse gases, someone can come up with another one and says, oh no, this one will do a little bit more. So shouldn't the words be something like shall strive to maximize, or shall, something on that idea, rather than making it an absolute, because I don't see how the department's going to be able to deal with an absolute like that without being challenged constantly.
Thank you for the question. I read that provision as, so for example, if I should say, I read that as a sort of directive when the department is scoring or evaluating different proposals that come into it, of that sort of the primary, the factor in scoring these applications, for a lack of a better way of describing them, for financing, that there would have to be some metric as part of our application process that would say, okay, how much greenhouse gas emissions are you reducing? So do we do, do you have to go through the process of figuring out, okay, which ones are we just talking about carbon dioxide? Are we doing other types of greenhouse gases such as methane, things like that? And, how does this project propose to reduce those, and by how much? So there would certainly be some work by the department to try to come up with an objective metric in terms of having the applicant describe how much they're avoiding or how much they're preventing from being released. But to your point there, yes, somebody could argue, well, the department's method of evaluating this, or saying, using this factor versus that factor, could certainly be contested by applicants. I'm not sure of an elegant way around that, other than specifying, well, no, I guess you couldn't even specify a number in statute and say, here's, nothing below this amount, it has to be better than this, then it would be funded. But
Okay, can I follow up?
Follow up.
What my concern is not that you won't have a method. I understand you'll have to come up with some measuring device or whatever you want to criteria to decide. Okay, this is how we're going to drop it into this bucket and turn the handle, and it'll come out with a score. My concern is that when you say you shall maximize, you do that and you come up with, you have 10 projects and you pick one. And then the next day, someone says, well, here's another one. You didn't consider this. You're not maximizing it because this one will get more. I just think the words may be too absolute is what I'm referring to, and needs to be something more like we'll strive to maximize or to the extent possible or something like that as a modifier. So you don't get hung up with someone that ended up taking it to court on something like that. That's all.
Okay, no, thank you for the clarification. I had sort of envisioned this as either an annual round or maybe a semi-annual round where entities come in and apply and you'd have sort of a set. But right, if it's a rolling application, then you could say, have somebody come in the next day, with a different application that had it been in the day before with that group of applications, might have knocked somebody else out from getting funded. Right, to your point, yes. But it would all depend on how the program is structured. But thank you, that is an important thing to consider.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I know I'm looking at this bill, and I know it was submitted and printed before there's a fiscal note available. So the fiscal note might cover this, but I'm looking at this and seeing all these multiple tasks that if Department of Energy was administrating it, you have many, many tasks here to go through, all these shall assignments that you all should do. Do you have any idea what kind of staffing, costs, requirements, what Department of Energy would need to accomplish this?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it would depend. Honestly, it depends on what the amount of the capitalization for the type of program would be. If it's a lower amount and with additional language, we could potentially go out and contract for some of these services for the general administration of the funds. For example, making the loans, vetting potential applicants for financial. Their credit worthiness or things like that, as well as for the actual, the strength of the application on their merits. There's certainly a compliance piece. The department does this as well. We have a compliance officer who looks at our other federal funds that make sure we're in compliance with all the various federal requirements. So it's Build America, Davis-Bacon, things like that. Again, Davis-Bacon is probably the best example, or prevailing wages, of where if depending on the size of the fund, we may have a dedicated person who would be hired to just keep track of those things, but. So I apologize for the long-winded answer, but it all comes down to, are we talking about a $1 million fund? Or are we talking about a $10 million fund, $50 million? So staff would have to scale depending on the size. So I apologize for the non-answer answer.
Okay, Representative Harrington thought of another question.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, regardless of how it's done, does the federal money pay for whether it's additional staff or have you contracted out? Can we use that money to pay for the service to run this program, or does that have to be state funds?
Generally speaking, and again, it will be determined by all of the federal guidance that comes out surrounding these programs. Generally speaking, I don't think I've seen a single federal program where they've said, no, the state needs to kick in for the administrative costs. Usually there's a portion of any federal allocation that are allowed for administrative expenses. So whether it's on administrative expenses on the part of the department or on a subgrantee, there are usually provisions that allow for that.
Follow up. That's a key point. We obviously have to know the answer to that question before we vote on this bill. So
I can do some further research and get an answer for you. Thank you.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Bowes, and thank you for being here today. Page 3, line 35 speaks of partnering with private capital providers and capital markets to attract co-investment from private banks. It goes on. Page 4, line 30 says the department may accept and use philanthropic funds. And looking for the best fit for a program of this nature, do you think the Department of Energy will be capable of seeking out these private and philanthropic funds?
It's sort of a unique space where I don't know if another state agency would be a better fit. DES does revolving loan funds, but they're for water and sewer, or clean water grants, I should say. But those really don't leverage a lot of private funds. It's all, either municipal funds or if it's state dollars going into these funds. I had, in terms of private, if the department were tasked with doing this, I'm sure that we would hire the right staff to make sure that we're going out and doing all of these kinds of things. Part of it may just be a requirement on the applicant's part of where they're showing, okay, you're coming in for a loan for maybe 3/4 of the cost or half the cost or something like that. But they've said, okay, we've gone out to our bank and they're willing to put up some money, or they've gotten a grant from, being New Hampshire, maybe it's, Northern Borders Regional Commission. They're doing a project. They've managed to get a grant for that. So, we sort of talk about, skin of the game, right? There's something else that's going on. They're sort of putting together these funds that, a lot of projects in New Hampshire are sort of based off of, where we get a little bit from here, a little bit here, from a little bit from here. So I sort of viewed that as sort of doing that. But certainly as some of a project like as this is stood up and works its way out and becomes more mature, private capital, I'm assuming would come in other entities. Although it's a little bit hard when you're dealing with just purely a loan program of where, folks will come in and say, well, it's like, oh, well, I would like a loan 100% from you, rather than trying to find, a loan here, a loan here, and a loan here. And then the financing gets a little bit messy and you're dealing with different terms and conditions and things like that. I will say with federal funds, as soon as $1 of federal funds goes into a project, all the other strings come along with it. So there is sort of a reluctance on the part of some financial institutions for not necessarily being partners in projects when it comes to federal funds, but having all those other strings attached, sort of when if the bank had just made the loan to another entity 100%, they don't need to worry about all those compliance concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When a similar bill to this was introduced, I think it was last session, there were some concerns raised about language in that bill that might be discriminatory in terms of discriminating in favor of certain people or against certain people, groups of people. Is there anything in this bill that concerns you from that point of view? Is there anything that you would consider discriminatory?
I hadn't taken a read of it using that sort of lens, but nothing off the top of my head looks that way in reading through. To your question, I don't know what the specific charge was that could potentially be discriminatory. So I guess I'm not sure how to answer that question without knowing that.
Fair enough.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We currently have a water fund that's similar. It's a bunch of money, and a committee allocates loans and grants based on applications. Do you see this as being committee-driven to make the decisions on applications, or would the decisions be solely made by the DOE?
So I'm glad you brought that up. So I'm assuming you're referring to the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund Advisory Commission. So
Correct.
I'm actually a member of that commission. So I worked with Senator Morse to set it up when I worked for the Senate, and then when I left and came over to DOE, they wanted to keep me around, so I got an appointment to it. Honestly, it could go either way. If the will of the legislature is to set up sort of a similar commission where you have sort of a broad range of folks who are evaluating these applications. I will say, as a member of the commission, we rely heavily on the Department of Environmental Services in terms of sort of either the history around the project or other things that we may not be considering. Because I will say I'm not an expert on all the engineering that goes into various water projects or sort of the stories that come along with some of them, other than what's in the application in front of me. That being said, that sort of structure I found is very unique in terms of state government, where there's not a lot of other state agencies that have sort of an advisory board telling them how to spend their money. That being said, I don't think the department would have a strong opinion one way or the other on it. But being a member of the commission, I certainly I view it as useful, but not necessarily a requirement.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you. You mentioned Department of Environmental Services. Would you be working in conjunction with DES for this? for this project? Oh, there we go.
Speak the devil.
I guess the answer, I know the
He
answer.
must have heard you. Certainly, we would be working with other, certainly with other state agencies. DES has a lot of valuable experience when it comes to revolving loan funds in terms of structuring sort of the mechanics behind that. I know Sue Carlson is certainly an expert on those things. We're certainly relying on that knowledge, but in terms of sort of an evaluation committee when it comes to reducing, greenhouse gas emissions, certainly we would be collaborative in talking to our friends over at DES. And I'm sure they would appreciate hearing from us as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not to put them on the spot. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Oh, Representative Jack has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing up the SRFs. I was trying to figure out how to get that in there in the form of a question. Wouldn't you agree with me that the administration of this is the clean and wastewater state revolving loan funds that come to our committee, Public Works Committee? Wouldn't you agree that they're sort of a worked example for how this could work?
Yes, I think they would provide a valuable example of using federal dollars and using them as a large revolving loan fund within state government.
Thank you. Just as a reminder or as a point of information for visitors to our committee, we do not permit "would you believe" or "do you agree with me" kind of questions.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
That's not your fault. Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions for Mr. Elliott, we want to thank you for providing the department's perspective on this proposed legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I'd like to call the final speaker for this bill. That's Sam Evans Brown from Clean Energy, New Hampshire. Welcome, Sam. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. I have some written testimony that I could submit, but actually many of the points have been addressed already, so I'll hold off until speaking. My name is Sam Evans Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Energy, New Hampshire. I would just like to say, put a emphasis on 2 points here. One is just the quantity of dollars that we're talking about, which I think there's the potential that if I'm doing my math right, we might be talking more than tens of millions of dollars that could flow into the state through this fund. So if we look at the formula grants that the state is eligible for, that just come to the state automatically as long as they submit a proposal that meets with federal guidelines, thinking of the HOMES program and the HERA program, which are both part of the Inflation Reduction Act. Those together, and Josh can correct me from the back of the room, I think are in the $70 million range, and that larger pot of money, did I get a thumbs up from Josh? Yeah, okay, right. And that larger pot of money is around $9 billion. And so when we're talking about a pot of money that's $20 billion, you can think roughly double might be available to each state. And then if you consider that this is a competitive grant process and some states will not be awarded funds, we might be talking about even more. And so in preparation for this hearing, I've been reaching out to a number of nonprofits and other entities that might be eligible for this type of funding. The Business Finance Authority, I think, is one that leaps to mind. We've talked about the Community Development Finance Authority already. The Community Loan Fund is one that I thought of. And I will confess that my organization actually responded to the RFI that the federal government put out in December, because it might even be that my organization might be eligible for some of this funding. And all this is to say that I think the quantity of money available and the uncertainty as to who can apply for it and what the appropriate entity to apply for it is really does beg for a rigorous process in this committee to answer the questions around this funding source and whether or not we have the appropriate enabling statutory language to ensure that this money does come to the state of New Hampshire. From my mind, there's a number of ways that this committee could go if we were to engage in a real robust process and answer those questions. The money could be housed within a state agency, the Department of Energy, or another state agency. There could be a new entity created within something like the Department of the Treasury, which I know some other states have done for their green banks. Or there might simply be enabling language necessary for some of the state's nonprofits to be able to go after these funds independently. I think based on the timeline that I have seen, so a federal request for information was issued in November. That RFI closed in December, and as I was sitting here, I was reminding myself that the guidance, the recommendations from the EFAB, which I forgetting what that acronym stands for, but it's the federal entity that is providing guidance to the EPA on how to administer this money, was supposed to come out in December. And I looked it up, and there's a 700-page list of recommendations that came out just 2 weeks ago. So all this is to say, this is still quite fresh. And I think that if this committee is serious about making sure that we're getting back all the federal funding that we can, that we really ought to dig deep on this issue and ask what we can do to make sure we get those funds.
You said you had 2 points. Did you make them both?
I think that was it. Yes. So
Okay.
so it's a lot of money, and it's quite complicated, and we really ought to investigate how to best go after that money.
Got it. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, since your agency might have already applied for some funds.
It's not open yet.
Right.
We answered a request for information.
Okay. A simple question. Are you aware if any of the funds that might be available to anyone, could they be used for, say, affecting policies?
So I believe that the answer to that is no. So the reason that we responded is because another substantial portion of Clean Energy New Hampshire's operations is we provide technical assistance to municipalities. So we employ what are called circuit riders who do grant writing for towns in order to pursue competitive grants so that they can reduce their, for instance, White Mountain Regional High School. We helped write a grant for White Mountain Regional High School that helped to get a $100,000 USDA grant to swap out their lights for LEDs, and that's part of what we do, and that's what we would look to expand.
Additional questions. Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. So if I understood your testimony correctly, the way that this bill is structured, where it creates a revolving fund within the Department of Energy, may not necessarily be the best or right way to go about taking advantage of this money. Is that correct?
That's right. And in order to know for sure, we may actually need to wait a little bit until the federal guidance document comes out. As you heard Josh Elliott allude to, the actual guidance document as to how these funds will be spent has not been created yet. We just have a very long set of recommendations that will ultimately result in that guidance document.
Follow up?
So that would suggest, I think, retaining the bill to enable us to look at it over the course of the summer as things evolve?
That might be one way to go. I would, I don't know if you're looking for my suggestion about how to go from here, but if I were in your shoes, I would want to bring a number of entities that know more about this program before the committee, perhaps before a subcommittee, which I know has been done in the past, because it may be that the timeline is tight enough that if you were to retain the bill over the summer, you may miss an opportunity if the funding were to become available over the summer.
Representative Kaplan has a question. His question's already been answered. Prescient of you. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for coming to talk to us today and giving the clean energy perspective on this bill. So with regard to the question that Representative Munns just brought up about retaining the bill, I will make note of the fact that this is one of our 5 early bills. So if we're going to make a decision to retain the bill, well, whatever decision we make, it's going to be done on Friday of this week because we're doing all the early bills on Friday of this week. So we have to decide as a committee whether we want to retain it or just pass it and see what happens after that. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for clarifying that. I just wanted to be clear that I was not necessarily recommending that. I was just speculating.
Well, we have 3 minutes before the end of the public hearing, and while we don't typically talk amongst ourselves about bills during a public hearing, I would be interested to know, with a show of hands, if people were interested in retaining this bill or passing judgment on it, yay or nay, one way or the other, on
I have a
Friday.
question. Well, no, I'm not voting. I have a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Yes, thank you. When you say retain, does that include a committee, a subcommittee?
Yes, we form subcommittees when we retain
Okay,
bills.
yep.
Yes. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, as I said, I think there's some questions that we need to have answered before we can act on this legislation. I mean, maybe it's routine that they have funding for staffing when they give you money, but maybe it's not. And since we don't know the answer to that question, I certainly couldn't vote for a bill that may require us to spend extra state money and don't know how much or how little or whatever. Right now, this is pretty wide open. The money's there, but no one seems, I mean, we've heard ranges from, 1 million to tens and tens of millions. So I think until we get more information, it wouldn't be prudent for us to pass this on to somebody else.
So you'd be in favor of retaining the
Yes, I
bill?
would.
Representative Munns.
I think, given the uncertainty, I mean, I would be inclined to say let's retain it. But the one thing that did concern me was what Mr. Evans Brown said right at the end, which is that there could potentially be, rules put in place that say that in order to get this money, you have to act by July 1st, and then we wouldn't be in a situation where we could do that if we didn't have the right legislation in place.
That is correct. So the procedural issue involved in retaining the bill is that if we did so, we couldn't discuss it until the fall, according to House rules. We could pass it in the fall, and then it would go to the full House in January of next year. It might get passed by the House, then go to the Senate. No telling how long it would take the Senate to finish it. So it's probably going to be next spring before the bill could go into effect if we retain it. So given that reality, let me see a show of hands of people who would be in favor today, and this is non-binding, but who would be in favor today of retaining the bill? A question first from Representative Doug Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So based on what you said then, even if the House was to approve this bill, it would still need to go before the Senate for their approval, and then likely a committee of conference, and then go before the governor for signature. That might not happen until perhaps, I'm guessing, May, somewhere in that time period. So even if we acted now, that's the time. That's best case is probably May. I'm assuming with everything else going on. I'm asking if that's a reasonable expectation.
If we act now and pass this bill out of committee, it'll go to the House floor. If it passes on the House floor, it'll go to a second committee, the Finance Committee, where they will then ask questions about it, and they will either recommend passage or ITL. Then it'll come back to the House floor. If we pass it again, then it'll go to the Senate. So the earliest that the governor could probably see it would be sometime in May, maybe June. However, if we retain the bill, it'll be the following year in May or June before the governor sees it. So given that reality, let's see a show of hands of people who might be in favor of retaining the bill, and this is a non-binding straw poll.
Another question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, is there any possibility that some of the issues that were raised today, someone could get back to us before Friday on and say, doing further research on, I mean, especially the funding issue there. I mean, I don't know how much guideline is out now. Maybe if they haven't been written, how can we vote on a bill for guidelines that, or requirements that we don't know? I just don't see how we can go forward with it, saying, well, we'll just kick the ball over to finance and let them fix it later, which is basically what we're doing. And, you know, is there a possibility that someone has this information from the federal government that they can come back here in a couple of days and answer some of these questions?
Mr. Elliott, hate to put you on the spot, but do you think you could answer that question? It's my understanding that until the federal government issues guidelines on how to implement these programs, they don't release the money. Is that true?
That is correct. Usually, once they release something, depending on the agency, it's guidance or administrative document, basically laying out how you do the actual application. Then there's an application period that can take a couple of months before the deadline. I can take a look in the documents that exist as to whether or not entities that apply for these funds can use a portion of them to pay for staff. Again, I would be surprised if they don't, given that every other federal program that, for example, that the Department of Energy runs allows for administrative expenses to be taken out of whatever the award is. So I will take a look, and I think at the documents that do exist, and I can have an answer before I believe Friday, Mr. Chairman.
It's Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Yes, I should be able to have an answer to the committee before then.
Representative McWilliams.
I just wanted to put it out there that I would be happy to meet with Mr. Elliott, Representative Harrington, and put together some kind of an amendment to address some of these minor tweaks before Friday, so we could have something possibly passable.
Okay, sounds good. All right, I think we're done here. We're certainly done time-wise as far as the clock is concerned. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 630 and ask Representative Cloget to give us the blue sheet determination on this bill.
Thank you, Chair. House Bill 630, FN. Blue sheet, in favor was 5, against 0. On line 70 was in favor, 2 against.
Okay, thank you. All right, it is now 2 minutes past 4 o'clock. So I am going to open an executive session on House Bill 418-FN relative to eliminating the rebates distributed by the Energy Efficiency Fund. And I'm going to recess this executive session until Friday afternoon at 4 p.m.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you clarify what's happening?
Representative McWilliams, you have a question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Could you clarify? I was a little bit distracted. We're not having an exec session?
That is correct. The exec session has been recessed until 4 o'clock Friday afternoon, February 3rd.
Is there a reason?
Yes, that's the call of the chair.
Thank you.
Okay. So now I'd like to open a exec session on House Bill 576 FNA local, establishing an energy conservation program and an energy conservation project fund, and establishing the State PACE Reserve Fund. In discussions with Representative McWilliams, it has been brought to my attention that there are potentially 2 competing amendments that might be adopted for this bill. Apparently, we can't adopt both. We would have to adopt one or the other. So I'm going to ask Representative McWilliams, who is intimately familiar with both amendments, to describe the 2 amendments to us so that we can then decide if we want to take up one or the other. Well,
do the bill first and then.
I'll ask Representative McWilliams to make a motion to pass the bill, adopt the bill as OTP.
Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of the bill ought to pass and offer amendment. This is the first one. It's 2023-0162H. which is very similar to the amendment that was passed out at the time that the bill was heard by this committee. Some very minor tweaks, but this should look familiar to folks who read the amendment at the time of the initial hearing. And I'll just give everyone a chance because we're passing this out and it's a stapled amendment. It's got a total of 2 pages plus an amended analysis on the 3rd page. So it looks like this.
And I'll ask for a second on the amendment, on the motion. Representative Munns will second the motion. So we have one amendment before us, which is amendment number 2023-0162H, which replaces the original bill with the language of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I speak to my motion?
You may speak to the motion. However, what I'm confused about is that the second amendment if we were to pass the First Amendment and then take up the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment would completely replace the First Amendment. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. I think we would only take up the Second Amendment if the First Amendment failed.
So we'll take up the First Amendment first and then the Second Amendment.
Correct. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you should all have a copy of the amendment number 0162H. It's 3 pages. It's stapled in the corner. As you probably recall from our presentation on the PACE bill, this is implemented in 22 states. It's a private funding solution. This amendment that we're looking at here changes the name of the program on line 11 of the first page. It is C-PACE to make it super clear that this is a commercial PACE amendment, and it does not impact municipal PACE, which is already on statute in the state of New Hampshire. The intent here is that borrowers who choose to use commercial PACE funding can access a 30% federal tax credit. With the Infrastructure Reduction Act, they could get up to a 50 or 60% tax credit. So for a large developer doing something like large housing in New Hampshire, either say a mill building conversion or new greenfield ground up construction of a new housing complex, this is an excellent way to access the funds. We did talk about the funding mechanism being a lien against the property and being collected the same way that the property taxes are collected through the municipality. That hasn't changed. We're simply clarifying that this is commercial PACE, 5 units plus commercial building. It's very similar to a TIF or an Oz district, sort of like revitalization and historic credits. All of these programs are intended to apply for a developer who would like to access funds but needs to pay them back even if they sell the project. So the lien runs with the property. Also, there are some strings attached to the underlying CPACE fund. I just want to be super clear. If you're doing this project, you do have to improve up to 40% of the building efficiency for a renovation project. And for new construction, there's a baseline that you need to increase by 40% efficiency in order to access the funds. So the change between this amendment that you're seeing here and the amendment that you saw when the bill was initially presented is that on the very last page of the amendment, we're looking at page 2, lines 12 and 13, it says that the lien is going to have the same lien priority and status as other property tax and special assessment liens as provided in RSA 80, which is the enabling statute. So what we're doing here is making this a more interesting investment vehicle, more appealing to someone who wants to do private equity loans by making it have the same lien priority, meaning that if a property is going bankrupt and the town ends up taking ownership or a separate mortgage takes ownership, at the same time that the property taxes need to be paid off to the municipality, this loan also needs to be paid off in order for the property to change hands. So it creates a more enticing investment. So a lot of the concerns that we heard during testimony have been stricken completely from the bill. This is really meant to be enabling so that we can do commercial pace in New Hampshire, so that private equity funds can come here and do loans to developers. And gosh, fingers crossed, we can get some more housing in New Hampshire. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions about this amendment? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just, you mentioned the number of states that already have a program like this. Can you just give me that number again, please?
There are 22 states with enabling CPACE legislation on the boards.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McWilliams. Just to clarify, the bill as we first saw it was more than enabling legislation. It also had some provisions for setting up the financing mechanism, and this bill does not have that, just as an enabling legislation piece. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct. All of that administration has been completely removed. This is only enabling. It's up to private equity to decide how to actually do the financing.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Just so we're clear, the existing 576 is gone, and it's being replaced entirely by 2301628H.
Yes, Representative Harrington.
Everything else has disappeared.
In the trash.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just my discussion, just looking at the amendment, the hardest part I have with this is that basically the entire edition on page 2, and forgive me, I know we're science, technology, energy, but just reading it, everything in every single one of these lines, except for line 6, has to do with municipal and county, in my opinion. It has to do with penalties, property taxes, towns, city, districts. It has the only thing that has anything to do at all with science and technology is line 6, where it's energy efficiency and clean energy district. Everything else, what I can see, has to do with municipal and county committee. So I don't even know, I don't believe it's in the right committee. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
Just as a point of information, because of the letters appended to the end of the bill number, FN-A-local, it will be going to the Finance Committee potentially, to the Ways and Means Committee potentially, and to the Municipal and County Government Committee potentially. That'll be up to the Speaker to decide what committees that it actually goes to. So before we take a vote on this amendment and this legislation, I just want to welcome Representative Carrie Spear to the committee, who's sitting in today for Representative Ned Reynolds, and also to Representative Allison Nutting Wong, who is sitting in today for Representative Kat McGee. And we already have introduced ourselves to Representative Jack, who is sitting in for Representative Chrétien. That's correct. So with that in place, we can now, if there's no further discussion of this legislation, we can vote on the amendment 2023-0162H. I would ask the clerk to call the roll on the adoption of the amendment.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Michael Harrington,
No.
Troy Murner. No. Lewicki is gone. Lex Brezhny,
No.
J.D. Bernardi, yay. Tom Bloget. Let's see, Rebecca McWilliams.
Yes.
He's not on here. This is bad. James Summers.
No.
So you're not on the list. I have to add you by hand. Marty Jack,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Knoll,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Allison Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 yeas, 4 nays. The motion carries.
So the motion to adopt Amendment 2023-160-162H is adopted by a vote of 15 to 4. I'll now
15 to
ask the clerk to call the roll on the adoption of the bill as amended. No, that's right. We're actually going to consider a second amendment.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I think we would like to decline the Second Amendment because this is the amendment that we really wanted to have on the bill.
Oh, okay. So there is no second amendment to consider. That's good news. So now I would ask for a motion on the bill as amended. Representative McWilliams.
Wait.
Chairman, I think there was I was counting.
Hang on.
I got 5 no's, not 4. So I think we need to look at this again. So I had Harrington, Nodder, Murner, Brejny.
We've got a counting problem over
Summers.
here, apparently.
Oh,
Representative Brejny, you were a no. Yeah. And Murner was a no. He didn't have his mic on, but he said no. Harrington was no.
correct. That's 14 to 5.
Okay.
Okay, so the corrected vote was 14 to 5 to adopt the amendment. Now, Representative McWilliams, would you make a motion to adopt the bill as amended?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of the bill as ought to pass as amended.
Representative Munns.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt HB 576 as amended by Amendment 2023-0162H. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of HB 576 as amended by Amendment 0162H.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Michael Harrington,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Lex Brejny,
No.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Marty Jack,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Carrie Spear,
Yes.
Allison Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
Total is the same, 14 to 5.
So by a vote of 14 to 5, House Bill 576 has, as amended by 0162H, is adopted. And that will close the executive session on House Bill 576. So I will now open an executive session on House Bill 92, and I will recess this executive session until Friday at 4 p.m. Friday, February 3rd at 4 p.m. And with that, we conclude our business for today. I thank you all for being here, and I'll look forward to seeing you all bright and early, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we'll be hearing, I believe, 6 bills during the course of the day tomorrow. Have a pleasant evening and a safe ride home. Thank you.